If superheroes actually existed, they would be the worst kind of people. Arrogant, egotistical, megalomaniacs, unstable sociopaths, and dangerously deviant in a rated 18 kind of way. With these people having incredible and surreal powers, it's inevitable that innocent bystanders will become victims of collateral damage. And of these innocent bystanders, a select few seek revenge on these quote-unquote superheroes, a unique group of vigilantes called the Boys. With a premise like that, there's no way this show isn't going to be a wild ride of the most unhinged scenes of violence and dark comedy. Pray for my editing software. It's going to be doing overtime to keep this video monetized as I recap every episode of The Boys. Our main guy Huey is having a pleasant stroll with his girlfriend Robin when all of a sudden...
Merch Billy.
Yes, that is a floating puddle of her blood and bones. And yes, we're only 6 minutes into the first episode. She just got obliterated by a soup called A-Train. By the way, superheroes in this world are referred to as supes. From A-Train's reaction, it's clear he never meant for this to happen. But yeah, it doesn't make it any less traumatic for poor old Huey. Simon Pegg plays Huey's dad, and I'll never find it natural hearing him do an American accent.
Oh, jeez, maybe there's a movie on.
No, keep it.
No, we can switch.
Keep it.
In the comics, Simon Pegg was the inspiration behind the design for Huey, so it's kind of awesome that he was able to be a part of the show, while being too old to play Huey. He tries to talk Huey into accepting a payout, and sign a confidentiality agreement to keep him silent on what A-Train did.
It's a boilerplate NDA.
I signed this and I can't talk about it.
Look, I know you're upset, but we're just trying to help.
But who's this guy working for? Well, in this world, superheroes don't just exist, they are big business. And a corporation called Vought basically owns A-Train, as well as some of the other supes that we'll soon be meeting. These supes are marketed as saviours of the world through social media, the film industry, and so on. So you can imagine the PR nightmare they're having as they try to deal with A-Train's tragic mistake. Keeping Huey silent on the matter is a big priority for them right now. Feeling that they're treating Robin's death heartlessly, Huey snaps back at the insult.
You people say our condolences and my sympathies and our regrets, but nobody can look me in the f***ing eye and say I'm sorry. I'm not signing anything. Get out. I said, get the hell out!
But Huey's not that kind of guy. Yet. So for now, this was just in his head. Back to Huey in a moment, because we have another supe to meet. This one is called Starlight, real name Annie. Here she is, training in her garden, lifting cars and punching holes in her garage. Something of which her mum is encouraging. Don't you need this wall to hold up the garage? Starlight's in the recruitment process to be part of Vaught's soup team, known as the Seven. Her superpower is the ability to emit light energy strong enough to blind a person and wipe out nearby technology. She comes from humble beginnings and gives off this angelic, small-town girl type vibe, experiencing life in the big city for the first time. And Vought are very excited to push this attractive, idealistic young woman into the spotlight. A soup who goes by the name The Deep gives her a personal tour of the conference room where the Seven hang out. She admits that she used to have a schoolgirl crush on The Deep, and he takes this as a sign to take off his pants.
What? I mean, you said you had a crush on me. I figured that, you know.
Starlight stands her ground, but then he threatens that any whistleblowing she might do, and not the kind of whistleblowing he had in mind, will lead to her being kicked out of the Seven, as Deep is a big deal round here, so he can make that happen.
Excuse me?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, take it easy.
We then see as she's throwing up in the toilet and cleaning herself up that the Deep wasn't just making threats here, he actually went through with the heinous act. Alright, time to lighten the mood with a cheeky Londoner character. Meet Billy Butcher. He finds Huey working in the TV store, and he claims to be an FBI agent looking into Robin's death. He tells Huey that Robin's case is one of the rare ones that got the media's attention. Most of these cases get swept under the carpet.
A multi-billion-dollar global industry supported by corporate lobbyists and politicians on both sides.
But if you knew half the shit they get up to, then that's where I come in.
Come in to do what?
Spank the bastards when they get out of line.
He leads Huey to a secret club where supes can be as frisky as they like, with whomever they like. Whether it's a guy shrinking himself down to launch himself into a human, slip and slide style, or a Christian preacher who, despite his public distaste for homosexuality, secretly ready to stretch his options, if you catch my drift. Billy shows him security footage of A-Train laughing about what he did to Robin.
I ran so fast through this bitch that I had swallowed one of her molars. Dude, that's nasty.
You're laughing.
With Huey fired up and ready to be part of the team, Billy says their first move is to find out why A-Train was in such a rush that day. He appeared to be running away from something or heading towards something. Either way, he had a sus look on his face. Huey is tasked with planting a bug inside Vought, and he can do this by agreeing to take their payout, but only after a face-to-face apology from A-Train. Huey has been suffering from PTSD, and it kicks in big time when he sees A-Train again.
Sorry about having a girlfriend, alright?
But then he snaps back to business.
I appreciate the apology.
He uses their bathroom and plants the bug, but little did he know a supe called Translucent was watching his every move. He follows Huey back to the tech store and starts kicking his ass. But right in the nick of time, Billy Butcher crashes his car through the window and gets to work. He tells Huey to run, but he's not going anywhere. When Translucent has his back turned, Billy kicks him onto Huey's electrical cable. So great, that's Translucent down, but now what? What should an FBI agent do in this case?
Yeah, okay, so look, technically I'm not a Fed.
What?
Earlier on, Huey and Starlight got talking on a bench, but he doesn't yet know that she's a supe. They form a slight friendship because he offers her a normal conversation, allowing her to blow off some steam on the rough time she's been having with Vought and the Deep.
I didn't fight. Now I just feel sick.
The mayor of Baltimore is trying to recruit a supe to represent his city, but he threatens to reveal a secret about Vought if this lady, one of the highest execs at Vought, doesn't bring her price down in this deal. The company secret is something called Compound V, which we'll learn more about later. Arguably the most powerful supe in the Seven is Homelander, and when he learns of this man blackmailing Madeline Stillwell, he flies up to his private jet, and even though he can clearly see his young son in the window, he lasers down the jet like it's no big deal. Homelander's powers are pretty much the same as Superman, but as we can see, Homelander is a complete psychopath, and man is he entertaining to watch. Stay tuned to see just how unhinged this guy becomes. Translucent isn't quite dead yet, and they argue about what to do next.
Let me out! Pull over! Huey, you walk away now, and you will never get payback for Robin. You'll spend the rest of your life sitting on your ass in fucking regret. Now, is that what you want?
They pay a visit to an old acquaintance of Butcher, a French guy creatively nicknamed Frenchie. He doesn't really trust Butcher, suggesting that he did something crappy to Frenchie in the past.
I hit you and I work together and you're still in one piece.
Am I?
Opening up the boot, Butcher tells Frenchie that he has to be part of the team now because Translucent's just seen his face. The other pressing issue is that every supe is microchipped, so they can easily be tracked at any time. Frenchie is a gun runner / killer for hire. He also takes drugs to come up with ideas during missions, so that's something to look forward to. They find an abandoned restaurant and lock Translucent in a cage, surrounded by signal blocking foil. Huey gets nervous about what they intend to do with him.
You're gonna kill him?
We didn't bring him here for a fucking Happy Meal.
Classic Butcher. Butcher says they have to kill Translucent, otherwise he will tell the Seven, and they will come back and kill them instead. Trouble is, Translucent, much like many of the other supes, has bulletproof skin, so Frenchie's going to need some strong substances to come up with a super creative idea.
Here it comes. Good ideas coming.
His solution is a bullet made from the same material as Translucent skin.
This is a really good idea.
But then he fires the bullet and it ricochets around the room. Huey tries a more friendly approach of giving him a glass of water and hoping that he can build some trust with some normal conversation. But Translucent still isn't budging. More so because he can tell this is Huey's first time doing this.
Yeah, I know you're trying your damnedest to be tough. It's a little adorable. But the truth is, you're terrifying.
To give context, they want information on where A-Train was running that day, and they assume Translucent would know, being one of the Seven. Meanwhile, Homelander is talking with Madeline about the plane being lasered out the sky. She's frustrated that he did that without her say-so, and his defense is that he was doing it to protect her.
He was blackmailing you.
I am the last person you need to save.
Yeah, but I did it for you.
I know. But did the timing occur to you?
These two have a very interesting relationship. You see, even though Homelander is basically an invincible god, he still yearns to feel vulnerable and that someone is there to mother him. When he's around Madeline, he changes his demeanour to that of a sulking toddler who needs his mother's affection. But as a grown man, this affection he desires takes on a more pixelated feeling. We see this more clearly later on when he's using his X-ray vision to leer at Madeline while she's expressing baby milk. While watching a nature documentary on tortoises, Frenchie gets an idea that as they can't penetrate his skin, they could penetrate a certain stinky hole and jam a stick of C4 up there. With that exciting idea, they zap him to sleep and get to work. Vought surveillance reports Translucent's last known location before he disappeared from the radar, giving Homelander a rough area to search. Seeing him fly rapidly over their hideout on Frenchie's CCTV is really unsettling, amplified by how nervous they are right now.
What is that?
Homelander.
That's Homelander? Homelander's here.
Frenchie calls his girlfriend to create a diversion, and she needs to be quick because Homelander is questioning Frenchie.
Sir, I need to see you in the back of the van.
No offense, you got a warrant or something?
Well, if you got nothing back there, then you got nothing to worry about, right?
Luckily, the diversion bomb goes off before Homelander is able to investigate any further. Things are intense inside as well, because Translucent found a way out of his cage by chucking some piss on the nearby car battery that was keeping the cage electrified. Huey is the only one around to press the trigger, and he hesitates in doing so. He's not a killer like Butcher and Frenchie, so Translucent is easily able to make him reconsider doing it. But as he walks away, Huey plucks up the courage, and pop goes the ketchup bottle. So they could probably use this same idea to take out other dangerous supes, right? Like, maybe down the line, they'll consider this option for the big bad Homelander, or someone who's equally as powerful.
I wouldn't bank on it, Neil. Good times.
Two more events to mention before we move on. Starlight is having trouble sticking to her scripted crime fighting, independently taking out two scumbags who were trying it on with a drunk woman, which you would think would be a good crime to stop, right? Well, the problem is, this event got filmed by the public, and social media has started to spread false information about what was going down, saying that she just gave two innocent guys a beatdown, which from Vaught's point of view is another PR nightmare to deal with.
Always look for cameras.
They were about to a girl.
What girl? There's no girl in that video. You get a name?
No, she ran off.
The other event to mention is that Madeline is trying to convince a senator to allow supes into the military. He's not convinced this is a good idea, saying that supe intervention would only escalate a conflict to the next level, putting many more lives at risk.
You send a supe over the 38th parallel, Pyongyang's going to answer with a nuke.
Then one of my guys will catch it.
Later that night, he's getting jiggy with a woman, who's not really a woman, but a supe who can morph into any person. So the next day, Madeline blackmails him by saying that she will spread the pictures of him banging a dude all over the internet. And to prove these pictures aren't fake, Madeline reveals her true form.
You shiver when you orgasm, sir.
That will be all, doppelganger.
The senator says, look, even if he votes to put Supes in the military, no one else will back the idea. But the way Madeline sees it, the actual Madeline, is that his vote is just the first domino to knock over in her plan. Huey's having a tough time processing what he just did, and he really wants to go home.
Huey, you just ass-bombed America's sweetheart. You can't just piss off.
Butcher agrees to let him go home on the condition that Frenchie goes with him. His bedroom, which he hasn't been back to since Robin died, represents his old life. A naive and content life where things were normal, and he was also a bit of a fanboy of the Seven. He trashes all of it as a way to vent his anger. He also resents his dad for treating him like a kid, and it's obvious from the context clues here that the reason his dad treats him this way is because Huey's mother died. Correction, she didn't die. She left when he was 6.
I have never told you how much I hate sitting on that couch staring at the TV like we're already dead. How much I hate pizza rolls.
Now, you love pizza rolls.
When I was 7!
Knowing that he's actually a good dad and just trying to do his best to get by, he apologises for snapping at him. A really great scene in my opinion. Vought are happy to report that Starlight's ass-kicking story has been verified by the woman she saved coming forward with the truth. So with this, Vought want to revamp her image by swapping her modest and boring outfit to this spicified outfit.
Mamma mia!
Vought says, we know you don't like this outfit because it shows off your chest and backside, but if you don't wear it, you're out of the Seven.
It's my body. I have the right to choose how much of it I show.
That is true. You do. You just won't be doing it in the Seven.
In this episode, we meet another one of Butcher's old contacts, who's been talked into joining the crew. His name is Mother's Milk, and we won't be finding out the reason why he's called that for a while. Read the comics or Google it if you're desperate to know. Now that the show is finished, I regret to inform you, they changed the origins of his name. And yes, I do have something to say about that, when the time comes. From their conversation, we understand that Mother's Milk also has a personal beef with Vought. And the next scene shows us that Mother's Milk and Frenchie didn't have the best time when they last teamed up together.
You give the game away! Not until this frog gets what's coming.
The only thing that is coming is me and your mother teenage!
The argument is brought to a halt when Milk's phone rings, and he has to pretend to his wife that it's just a regular day at the office.
I love you too.
All of y'all, okay?
Butcher explains the situation they're in, and they need to follow up on the information that Translucent gave, as he begged them not to explode his bumhole. He told them that A-Train has a secret girlfriend called Popclaw, a soup who can pop claws. Huey comes up with the idea of pretending to be IT guys who are there to upgrade her internet package, allowing them to hack into any cameras in the house. There's a funny scene where Homelander's expressing his concerns with Maeve that no one's looking for Translucent, and they're having this conversation while casually strolling through a police standoff.
Besides, you can't fucking stand Translucent.
Give him hell, Homelander! Yeah, you bet, pal.
Maeve, by the way, is like a bulletproof version of Xena Warrior Princess. Back to the boys, they're spying on A-Train and Popclaw, talking about this drug they've been taking called Compound V, which is basically steroids for superheroes. Butcher gets excited at the idea that if they obtain a sample of Compound V, they can tarnish Vaught's clean reputation, with the general public believing that all superheroes are taking heavy drugs. Frenchie, also being a chemist, says he will figure out what Compound V is made of when he gets a sample. And as it happens, A-Train is competing in a big race the next day, meaning at some point his gym bag will be left unguarded. The boys station themselves around the stadium to carry out the Compound V heist. And while pretending to be a photographer, Huey sees Annie and realises she's Starlight. The two chat for a while as he needs to stall her from walking in on Frenchie. And for bonus points, she also gives him her number.
I know you're you and everything, but if you ever just wanted to, you know, get...
Would you like my number?
Yeah, that's
As A-Train prepares to race rival Shockwave, Butcher turns around in the crowd to stare down Homelander. No doubt a badass thing to do, but also an incredibly irresponsible thing to do. You've just openly marked yourself as a Homelander hater. Although, in hindsight, this was always Butcher's MO. He's not afraid of Homelander, or anyone for that matter, and eventually he is going to confront him. Frenchie radios in that A-Train didn't bring the Compound V with him, and when they get back to the van, they see Popclaw is juicing up on it. Angry that A-Train just said that he's single on national TV.
How you celebrating tonight? Any special girl?
Well, you know me. I'm always in the game, but I'm too fast to catch. I'm open to offers though, lady.
Her Compound V blood is pumping, and her hormones are raging, just in time for her landlord to come knocking. And she knows exactly how she'll be paying for rent this month.
Stop! In the name of the law!
Oh no, Popclaw's got me.
She uses his face like it's the edge of a tumble dryer, but she gets a bit too carried away and squashes the drum. The boys rush in to take advantage of the situation, saying they will help her deal with this mess if she gives them information on Compound V.
And all you gotta do is tell us everything you know about this.
The Deep's friend, a porpoise, found this lockbox at the bottom of a harbour. He brought in this particular box because inside is what's left of Translucent and a message for the Seven.
Whoever it was, they just declared war.
Butcher is slapping his sausage into the batter mix. In Britain, we call this toad in the hole. Cooking this homely dish is just a distant memory for Butcher, as he presently tucks into a hot pocket, which coincidentally is another word for pussy. So, who was this woman? Her name is Becca, and she's an old flame of Butcher's, and is a central character in his hatred for Homelander. More on that later. Butcher meets his old contact in the CIA, Susan, and she says she'll hook the boys up with resources to carry on investigating Vought privately. But before that can happen, he needs to bring her hard proof of Compound V.
And maybe I'll throw you a few bucks for your operating costs. But if you f me on this, for the rest of your life, you'll be drinking your own piss at a black site.
The boys' current task is keeping a lookout at the place where Popclaw says A-Train gets the V from. They spot a sus-looking guy carrying a gun and a paper bag, and they follow him to a dingy basement. Speaking of which, you should follow us down to our dingy basement, our Basement Buddies Discord, link in description. Instead of finding Compound V, they find a Japanese girl locked in a cage. Yeah, this place really is like our Discord. Frenchie immediately feels sympathetic towards her and insists that they set her free, but it turns out she was kept in a locked cage for a good reason, as she's a supe with the ability to tear flesh from bone like a velociraptor. Before they decide their next move, Butcher confronts Huey about getting close with Starlight, warning him that she's a supe just like the rest of them. But if he's willing to use their relationship to aid the goals of the team, Butcher will let it slide for now. The boys chase the trail of the Japanese girl, whose name is Kimiko, to an underground subway. But unfortunately, A-Train was also following her trail. While smashing her head against the brick wall a million times, Frenchie comes up with the idea of drawing a crowd.
Can we take a selfie? Oh, sure, absolutely. I can take one or two.
With A-Train distracted, they approach Kimiko, and Frenchie suggests that instead of killing her, she could become a valuable member of their team, leaning on Billy Butcher's idea that they're like the Spice Girls, useless as individuals but amazing as a group. Butcher's words, not mine. Although I did used to collect Spice Girls trading cards back in primary school. Everyone was doing it, don't judge me. In the comics, Kimiko is simply referred to as the female, which at first I found extremely odd, considering there's many females in the show. But after looking into it, she's called this for the combined reasons of Kimiko never getting a name in the comics, and also the female is a reference to a line in a Rudyard Kipling poem, quote, "The female of the species is much more deadly than the male." The Deep has a meeting with Madeline where he pleads to be assigned to more meaningful tasks. But she's like, no, you're just a handsome fish guy that we use to advertise SeaWorld.
So this fall, remember, go deep.
He doesn't listen to her and goes about trying to save a dolphin, which goes hilariously wrong. The most shocking scene in this episode is where Homelander and Maeve are trying to rescue a hijacked plane. But again, Homelander's laser eyes cause big problems. This plane and everyone in it is done for. Maeve begs him to consider trying to save at least one person, but as he coldly points out, one survivor will tell the story about all the ones they didn't save, so it's better to ensure that no one survives. This is one of the great moments from the early seasons. You can just imagine the level of dread you would feel, being a helpless member of the public, being treated as disposable by the heroes you look up to. Your life being given no more significance than an NPC while Homelander's playing GTA. He of course lies about the whole thing when questioned by the press, saying they were alerted too late, and if only Supes were part of the military, maybe they would have found out sooner.
I hear you, Homelander!
And I hear you, brother! I hear you!
And the world hears you!
A-Train suspects Popclaw was the one that opened her mouth about Compound V, being the only person he told about it. He convinces her to come clean about telling the boys, on the promise of him finally making a public commitment to her.
There was this British guy, dark hair, real smug asshole, buzz-cut French guy, big black guy with a goatee, and a skinny white kid.
A-Train then recalls his favourite memory of their relationship as a nice thing to say before giving her a lethal dose of happiness for being a blabbermouth. This whole thing turned out to be a plan orchestrated by Homelander.
You really screwed up, kiddo. But you did the right thing coming to me. I'm proud of you.
Butcher has the idea of blackmailing the stretchy preacher guy from the club, but first they need to get to him backstage at this Christian festival. He demands that Huey uses Starlight to get a backstage pass, and when he does this, Starlight immediately detects that she's being used, and her face says it all.
So what do you think? Pull a few strings, you know? Hook me up with some tickets.
Yeah. Sure, of course.
Later on, Huey reveals that he recently lost his girlfriend, and uses this as an excuse as to why he wanted a baptism.
Happened not too long ago, and I came here looking for a way to get out of the shit that I'm in right now.
Even though the story he's telling here is a lie, he does honestly feel a bit lost in life right now, so he is speaking somewhat from the heart. When backstage, he sees Homelander helping out with the baptisms, something which is part of the VIP package, I guess. And it's super suspenseful as you wonder if Homelander's going to drown him.
The Holy Spirit.
Huey then goes to execute his blackmail plan, but realises that he left his phone in his pocket when he got baptised. He goes ahead with the blackmail plan anyway, claiming to be one of the young boys that he bummed.
You played my butt like jazz, with poise and skill and willingness to improvise.
You are a filthy liar. You are unclean.
I have a video.
Ezekiel caves to the threat of being outed and tells Huey that his charity disguises Compound V as vaccines, and they ship them around to certain hospitals around the country. When Butcher and Milk investigate further, they find babies being drugged up on V, meaning that Supes aren't born with these powers, Vought are manufacturing them.
Jesus.
This leads into one of the best moments of this show so far, where Butcher uses a baby Supe to take down a guard.
Hey.
Butcher has a catchphrase that I've been omitting so far, but I think I can get away with showing it just once, as this moment really calls for it to be heard.
Holy fuck! That was diabolical!
It's just occurred to me, they could one day reboot this franchise, using these babies when they're older. That's if anyone still wants more from this franchise in the year 2050. From this episode, we start to understand Butcher's motivations a bit more. Becca, the woman from his wet dream, is actually his long-lost wife. Emphasis on the word lost, as there's a conspiracy surrounding her disappearance, and Butcher has made it his life mission to get to the bottom of it. He's speaking with his sister-in-law, angry that she made a headstone for Becca without an official notice of death. In her defense, she's been missing for 8 years, and her sister wants closure, just like everyone else in the family apart from Butcher, who smashes up the headstone in defiance.
Hey! Call your jets, Gov. It's not a hate crime.
Homelander's getting frustrated with Madeline, not allowing him to make his own speeches. And in this scene, you can tell he silently resents her baby, like a sibling getting jealous of the younger one getting all the attention. Madeline sees this in him, and she knows that to get him to fall back in line, she needs to ramp up her motherly affection towards him, in a Sigmund Freud kind of way.
You're my good boy.
Frenchie and Kimiko's hideout is discovered by Black Noir, the silent assassin soup, but Kimiko defends Frenchie for being nice to her. Black Noir then near-on slices her in half, but luckily one of her abilities is that she can heal super quick. That's what's happening underneath all these pixels, which once again I apologise for, but you know why I have to do this. Whoa, hold on a sec. Was that intentionally supposed to be Homelander getting head from a dinosaur? Nope, it's a wholesome, family-friendly marketing video for Vought. This particular video is Vaught's countermeasure to a speech that Starlight gave, where she revealed that her faith is being tested because she was taken advantage of.
And if you have sex before marriage, that's not immoral. That's human. What's immoral is the guy who shoved his dick in my face. Shit.
This speech happened in the previous episode, but I couldn't find a natural way to fit it in my script. We see another marketing video in the making, where Homelander's given a tour of the house he grew up in, and all of this is completely fabricated. But the set designers did include one real prop, which upsets Homelander greatly.
Who put the fucking blanket on the bed?
Randy Setdeck.
Who's Randy Setdeck?
He's over there.
Randy, why? You fucking asshole.
Later on, it's revealed that this was his comforter while he was just a baby being monitored and tested in this cold-looking clinical facility. A really sad thing to imagine. Kimiko has been drawing these patterns repeatedly because it's her only way of communicating. Not just because she's Japanese, but she's also mute. Frenchie says there's something to decipher with these scribbles, but Butcher sees her as a nutcase not to be listened to.
And there is this small matter of that she rose from the dead.
Well, your feral pixie dream girl ain't exactly dictating the memoirs, is she, Frenchie?
Madeline is warning Starlight that if she doesn't stop being a troublemaker, she'll be fired from the Seven. Starlight says, no, you won't fire me, because eventually I'm going to reveal what the Deep did, and it will look really bad on Vought if it seems like they were attempting a cover-up. Furthermore, she demands to have her old uniform back. Oh man, what am I going to creepily leer at now? She's even ruffling Maeve's feathers, suggesting that she's let her morals slip to uphold the company's image. Which, to be fair, is true, but Maeve's situation is complicated, and we'll be learning more about her story soon.
You really stood for something. Now, pretty sure that was just written by the marketing guys.
Madeline's left with no choice but to kick Deep out of the Seven, and force him to make a public apology to Starlight.
And I sincerely apologize for this. Though at the time I believed that our encounter was consensual, I now realize that I misread the moment.
Our new movie, Insurrection, it's really exciting. It's my first movie with the...
As part of this newsreel, it cuts to a new soup called Mesmer. And if his face seems familiar to you, it's because the actor's face basically hasn't changed since he played the young boy in The Sixth Sense.
I see dead people.
His ability as Mesmer is that he can read people just through touching their hand.
So, what am I thinking of?
I'm thinking the same thing.
Cool.
Milk shakes his hand, and Mesmer realises that he knows about his estranged daughter. Using his contacts in Child Protective Services, he gets Mesmer's visitation rights back, in exchange for him reading Kimiko's mind. Her past is so dark and traumatic that it causes her to break his hands when he dives too deep.
Everyone relax!
Mesmer reads her again and sees that she was in a god-awful movie called Suicide Squad.
This is Katana!
And also that her and her brother were captured by some bad people and forced into being soldiers.
She just wants to go back and get her brother out of there.
They send Mesmer home, and despite being threatened to keep his mouth shut, he goes right to Homelander and tells him all about their meeting.
He said you were looking for a French guy, a black guy, a skinny white guy, British guy, black guy, black guy.
Mesmer is good friends with A-Train, and he also wants to exchange these pictures for a job opportunity at Vought. But Homelander's too hell-bent on finding the boys to listen to him.
That's my phone.
Butcher shows Huey the last place he saw Becca before she disappeared. He does this to prove that he knows what it's like to lose someone, and he reveals that the main suspect is Homelander because he forced himself on Becca at a party. He warns Huey that getting romantically tangled up with a soup is a very dangerous idea, especially when their mission is to bring down Vought. He doesn't listen to this advice though, and Butcher catches him on a date with her.
It looks like you got your tongue halfway down the opposition's throat.
She's not the opposition.
What do you think she's gonna do when she finds out you murdered Translucent?
In the opening flashback, we see the party where Butcher and Becca met Homelander. This of course being the fateful party where Homelander took advantage of her. Moving on to a consensual version of this adult activity, Huey and Starlight have booked themselves a hotel room. Starlight wonders why their meetups have to be in secrecy. Why hasn't she met his dad yet, etc. Again, he palms it off as just being about him coping with Robin's death. An excuse that will only work for so long.
It's great. No red flags.
The Deep has been relocated to a low crime rate area to ensure that he stays out of the media spotlight. Being part of the Seven gave him a step up from just being the fish boy soup, but he's lost that privilege now.
I mean, what about my crime itinerary? I think the best thing is just to, you know, get out there and put some points on the board.
Not much crime in Sandusky. But if something comes up, we'll call.
You'll call?
Absolutely.
It doesn't take him too long to find a hookup and make him feel special again, and this woman he's found is super horny for his gills, forcing him to accept her fingers pushing into his fish flaps. Yeah, let's just move along, shall we? Homelander calls a meeting where he reveals Huey and the boys as being the people trying to take down Vought. Starlight is astounded by all of this, and you've got to feel bad for her. The betrayal she must feel right now.
Say someone got him in to see Ezekiel and got rid of the Deep.
Whoa.
Keep those hands down by your sides, Missy.
Huey wants out, fearing that he will be a witness to further bloodshed. But Butcher gets him to confess the actual reason is that he wants to run off into the sunset with Starlight. Huey then gets a call from A-Train, threatening that if he doesn't come home right now, he's going to hurt his dad.
Hey, Huey.
Why is he here? He says you're in some kind of trouble.
Dad, are you okay?
The boys realise they've been outed, and Vought have used their contacts to shut down their bank accounts. A-Train says you best get here in 20 minutes and come alone. It's at this point they realise it was Mesmer who burnt them, being the only person to have met all their crew. Butcher makes sure to thank Mesmer for his betrayal, giving him a sneak preview first.
Please, I have a daughter! No!
Huey arrives and A-Train is all steamed up, laughing at the irony that Huey used to be a big fan of him. Huey has a few cards up his sleeve for this situation, one of them being to offer A-Train more Compound V, in exchange for letting them live. His second card to play is Kimiko, who's been hiding in the ceiling ready to pounce, making the very smart move of breaking his leg.
You know, you're right. It would have been stupid to come alone.
Homelander wants information on what happened to Becca. Why did she suddenly disappear from the company? He visits an ex-Vought scientist, who reveals that he was involved in covering up her pregnancy, because this was no ordinary baby. Homelander got her pregnant while doing his awful deed, and their unborn son killed her during childbirth, as you can imagine the probability when giving birth to a soup.
The baby clawed its way out of her. The blood loss. No one could have survived.
This conversation brings up some childhood trauma for Homelander. He knows he grew up without a family, and this scientist guy was the closest he ever came to having a father figure. And what makes it worse is this man resents Homelander's existence.
I'm just an old man thinking about his mistakes.
I'm the world's greatest superhero.
You're my greatest failure.
Butcher's CIA contact finally comes through, now that she's been given enough evidence. She threatens Madeline, saying that if she doesn't close down the campaign to have supes in the military, she will expose Vought to the public. This deal takes an interesting turn, however, when report comes in that the military have just encountered a bad guy supe, who can turn his body into a mini nuke. This isn't a sacrificial kind of power either. He walks away completely fine, awaiting the US military's next move. Starlight confronts Huey about his betrayal. He tries to explain and says there's a big scandal where supes are created and not born with their powers. Before their conversation goes any further, Butcher comes along to get him out of there.
Run, Huey! What the f*** were you thinking coming here?
I didn't ask for your help.
Yeah, looked like you had it all under control.
The military move in to take out the bad guy supe, but then Homelander takes over to prove the point that he is far more effective as a one-man army, and it is just an absolute bloodbath. His devil red eyes glowing in the darkness is such a fantastic visual. I honestly wish this scene lasted longer. When he finishes dicing up the bad guys, he comes out with a sample of Compound V. Oh my, how did they get their hands on this? The Secretary of Defense immediately calls BS on this whole situation, implying that Madeline was directly involved in the bad guys having a sample of V.
If I had my way, the Justice Department would haul your smug, tennis-toned ass into Congress and make you testify to corporate fraud.
As a fun detail, this character's called Robert Singer, and the actor who plays him also has a character in Supernatural called Bobby Singer.
Do I look like a ditchable prom date to you?
No, Bobby, of course not.
I'm not sure why they chose to have the names so similar. I found this detail a bit distracting. But then again, Jim Beaver is a good actor, so luckily the characters don't feel similar. Her retort to the argument is they have to use supes now that the bad guys have their own supe. No amount of artillery will ever match up to Homelander's powers. With this situation, the CIA are no longer able to prosecute Vought, severely stunting the boys' operation to bring them down. And even more bad news for the boys, they are now classified as fugitives for killing Translucent. Butcher decides to keep this news under wraps, to keep the team's fighting spirit alive.
Whoa, that's all under control, isn't it?
Butcher and Huey pay a visit to an old lady called Mallory. She's an ex-CIA agent who was working with Butcher to bring down Homelander way back in the day, making her a founding member of the boys. Butcher says, "You have to join our team again because you owe me Homelander." But then she reminds him that the last time they joined forces, her grandchildren got burnt alive by a supe called Lamplighter.
There weren't even teeth left. Lamplighter had burnt them alive so thoroughly.
Even though she's not joining the team again, she doesn't leave them empty-handed, as she has intel about Homelander's close relationship with Madeline, so perhaps she's his one weakness. Back home, all seems relaxed until the law come knocking. Kimiko tries her best to escape, but they inject her leg with some dizzy juice. On the news of being rejected again, the Deep falls deep into a depression, shaving off all his hair, angry at himself for ruining his own life. Not much else happens to the Deep in this episode, just thought it worth mentioning that he's going to look different in Season 2. Butcher and Huey disagree on the action plan. Huey wants to rescue Frenchie, Milk and Kimiko, whereas Butcher has his sights fixated on Madeline, hoping to use her against Homelander. When Huey gets captured and chucked in their cell, he reveals that he snuck in some metal disguised as a retainer. And man, I felt super uncomfortable watching Frenchie almost rip out his teeth trying to get it. But then Mother's Milk just punches it out.
Yes, good job, Huey.
They enter a shootout trying to rescue Kimiko, and Milk makes the heroic charge to bring her back to their cover. Just when it looks like the boys are about to lose, Starlight comes along and lights up the bad guys. Earlier on, Huey gave her this big old speech about being a hero, and blah blah blah. It wasn't that exciting. A-Train rolls in, alarmed to see Starlight is part of their crew, causing him to go full steam ahead in attack mode. As he comes face to face with the person that he blames for Popclaw having to be killed, he collapses from a heart attack. The continued abuse of Compound V finally taking its toll.
Call an ambulance.
He'll never stop coming for you.
I know.
This is Starlight. I have a code 7865. A-Train is down.
Butcher straps a bunch of explosives to Madeline, and he calls for Homelander to come down from the roof and beg for mercy. Homelander brings in Madeline's baby to make Butcher reconsider setting off the explosion.
Hey, look, Mommy. You all right?
No.
Madeline?
Take him upstairs.
All good.
He further antagonizes Butcher by suggesting that Becca was the one who came onto him, and she also enjoyed what he did to her. Things get tense as Homelander questions his sources. How did he know about their bizarre relationship? The baby's crying and Madeline's pleading with him to take the baby away from the scene. Homelander's jealousy of the baby is at peak level right now.
You mean everything to me.
No. No. I mean everything to your job. You care more about that baby than you do about me.
No, I love you.
She admits to Homelander that right now she's scared of him, and that gives him some satisfaction knowing that she's being honest with him. There was another secret that she withheld from him, which is going to be revealed in just a moment. But back to this intense moment, Homelander feels it's time to let go of Madeline Stillwell, and lasers her brains out. God damn. Butcher tries to go out in a blaze of glory by setting off the bomb anyway, but then he wakes up in a garden miles away. It's not just any garden though, it's Becca's. Turns out she didn't die, and neither did her baby.
I'm your father. We are a family.
R.I.P. to Madeline Stillwell. And I can't believe it's taken me this long to realise that she was Allie Mills in The Karate Kid.
Hi. Hey, Allie with an eye. How you doing?
Did anyone check out that Cobra Kai series? I'm very tempted to cover it one day, but I don't think many people watched it. To be fair, it was mostly cringe, but I do kind of love it for trying to be good.
No mercy!
So yeah, that was season 1, and I'm going to give it a top tier rating in the category of first seasons for a TV show. It's really funny looking back at this, and seeing how much more positively the audience reacted, when you then compare it to the later seasons. Now I won't get into the reasons why just yet, but I want you to embrace the quality of season 1, notably in the writing and satire. But let's crack on with season 2, which is still top tier in my opinion. Oh yeah, there we go lad. Go on, eat up your almond joy. That's a good boy. Welcome to season 2. Stan Edgar, who I haven't introduced yet, is hosting a meeting with the Ministry of Defence, establishing the rules for when supes are in the military. Meanwhile, Black Noir's already infiltrating the bad guy's compound. The mini-nuke bad guy attempts to blow him up, but it wasn't very effective. This guy's off his head thinking that would work. It's funeral time for Translucent, which visually speaking is quite funny, seeing them use a glass coffin for a guy you can't see. This scene revealed the surprise of Erin Moriarty's singing ability.
Protecting us from evil, you rose above the rest. Thanks to what you've done, we've all been blessed.
It appears Starlight's gone back to her spicy outfit. She's been flip-flopping between outfits ever since her temporary fallout with Huey, which does leave me a little confused, especially when you consider that she told Vought that she doesn't want to look spicy anymore.
It says you're confident in your own skin and you're not afraid to show it.
Most importantly, it tells us
you're a whore.
The boys are currently in hiding with the help of Frenchie's friends, with Huey and Starlight having to meet in secret. But don't worry, she has her hood up, so there's no way anyone would recognise her. I like the awkwardness they feel between each other after everything that's happened.
You look good.
Yeah, you look good too. You look very,
They exchange information on a supe named Gecko, a guy who Starlight used to be close friends with, and he might be able to help them get a sample of V. Not sure why they need another sample, but let's roll with it. She spies on Gecko, providing a very gruesome service of allowing someone to hack off his limbs for pleasure. Granted, it's a sustainable business as his limbs grow back. The actor who plays Gecko does a great job of portraying a weird guy who would be into this kind of business.
Do you want me to saw or chop or
whatever floats your boat, Tiger. For an extra grand, I'll let you chop off my
ding dong. Starlight uses this information to blackmail him into agreeing to get a sample of V.
I thought that we were fine.
I'm sorry. We're not anything.
The Deep's downward spiral continues with a drunken outburst in a bar.
Get me to the lava flow, please.
I said it's time to go, or I call TMZ.
Followed by an emotional breakdown at a kid's water park.
No, it's dark and it's cold. And you're so alone. You're so goddamn alone.
When he's let out of the holding cell, he sees that the person who bailed him out is a D-lister soup called Eagle the Archer.
Want a Fresca? Thanks.
Fresca is a reoccurring product in the series, for no other reason than the writers having an inside joke. This also kind of applies to Almond Joy, but I'll explain that one a bit later. He's being bailed out by a religious organisation who go by the name the Church of the Collective, who claim to reform struggling soups to restore their public image. If he joins their church, they will help him get back into the Seven. Butcher has been MIA since he discovered Homelander's secrets, and I love the reenactment on the news, demonstrating what they believe Butcher did.
My baby needs a mother.
Boy, shut your trap, you dumbbad. Or else I'll bollock you.
It's also revealed that Homelander saved Madeline's baby, possibly as a way to keep part of her alive, not being fully able to let go. A theory supported by this next scene, which, despite not being graphic in any way, is still an absolute horror show to watch. He finds a beaker of her breast milk, warms it up with his laser eyes, and begins chugging it like it's Gamer Girl bathwater.
Homelander, hi.
Ashley.
I haven't talked about this lady yet. Her name is
Ashley.
And she's the PR lady in charge of keeping the soups in check and keep their social media score high, whatever that means. A very stressful job when you're dealing with these bunch of freaks. Her top priority right now is finding a replacement soup now that they've lost 3 from the 7. The first candidate is a Daredevil type hero, which would be good, but Homelander proves how easy it would be to render him useless.
What happens if, I don't know, I do this?
Ashley's absolutely terrified of getting on the wrong side of Homelander, which is totally understandable.
In no way do you decide who goes in the 7. Do we have an understanding?
Yes.
A soup called Stormfront invades a film set, telling the other soups that she's the new member of the 7. Ashley pisses her knickers trying to convince Homelander that this wasn't her doing.
No, I don't think that it's not true. I don't know anything about this.
Wow.
And Stormfront clears it up by saying that she was signed on by Stan Edgar himself. And I love how Homelander has to keep his composure as this event is being broadcast on Stormfront's livestream.
Wonderful. Great. All right. Great.
Well, I think this is going great.
When he confronts Stan about this, he responds by revealing the hidden history of Vought, saying that the founder of Vought was a scientist hired by the Nazi Party to test his compound V on human subjects, and at some point during this time he defected to the Allied side to create superheroes instead. He tells this story to remind Homelander that he is the end product of Compound V, and not their most valued asset, which is the compound itself.
I don't have to consult you about Stormfront or anything else.
Frenchie's friends get attacked while smuggling some people into the country on a boat. And when the boys investigate, they jump to the conclusion that a soup terrorist must have been behind this.
They got paid to smuggle in a soup terrorist.
Not sure why they think it's a terrorist, rather than just a soup who's grumpy after a long boat ride. There's a pretty shocking death scene where Susan from the CIA is checking in with the boys, and apparently someone doesn't want her talking to them because her head gets exploded. Jesus Christ. Like I said earlier, Butcher's been absent since the Becca reveal, but by the end of this first episode, he's back on the scene.
You deserve to be loved.
So it turns out, Butch wasn't given a chance to reunite with Becca. Homelander knocked him out again and dropped him off somewhere random. He does his best to note down the features of the house that he remembers, to try and find her again. Which isn't going to be easy as he's a wanted criminal, with his face plastered across every news channel. Homelander's trying to bond with his son despite Becca's wishes.
Hey, you know my dad? He had a ball from the '56 World Series. Signed by Don Larson himself. Pitched a no-hitter in Game 5.
Let's face it, she's kinda powerless to do anything about it. Homelander's going to stick around for as long as he wants. All Becca can do is be a good mum, and try to convince Ryan that he's better off under her supervision. Homelander makes a somewhat valid point by saying that Ryan has his powers, and one day he's going to discover this and he'll have questions. The eagle-eyed among you will have noticed that Ryan's actor isn't the same kid from the previous episode, and apparently the reason they changed him out is because he didn't have enough acting experience. Well, then why cast him in the first place? You surely knew he was going to be in more than one scene. Not that it matters now, but he looked way more like Homelander's son than new Ryan. While out on a school run, Becca sneaks Ryan off to go stay at a friend's house while she goes to speak with someone at Vought, demanding to know why they broke their promise of keeping her location secret from Homelander.
Homelander is quite upset that this information was concealed from him. Corporate has made a decision not to antagonize him further.
You have to move us, please.
Just keep him calm. Our best guess, he'll get bored and move on.
The Church of the Collective are having trouble breaking through to the Deep, who needs to experience enlightenment to come to terms with who he really is. Eagle the Archer doses him with some shrooms to make it happen, and what we get next is truly disturbing. He hallucinates his gills talking to him, making him feel the beauty that exists within. Even a fishman mutant is worthy of love.
You deserve to be loved. You deserve to be loved, Kevin. But that starts with you. Take a look. A real look.
His gills are voiced by Patton Oswalt, who famously voices Remy from Ratatouille. A really funny choice to voice his gills, especially when he starts singing.
You are so beautiful to me. You're everything I need.
It's okay to feel sorry for the Deep here, as obviously this guy's got deep-seated emotional issues that opened the pathway for him to do something very messed up. But still, he is a piece of shit, and Starlight deserves her revenge. Vought are fully leaning in on a girl power image now that Stormfront is on their team, and the girls within this team gravitate towards her charisma. She's willing to push people's buttons, sometimes to make herself known as a voice that won't be silenced, and the other times it's just for shits and gigs.
Do girls make better heroes than boys?
No offense, I get you have your talking points, but why does it matter whether heroes have a dick or a vag? Shouldn't we all just, be competent at our jobs?
Speaking of voices that won't be silenced, my son's been knocking on the door, and he wants to say hello. Say hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
Bobby.
Are you having fun today?
Yeah.
Do you like the boys?
Yeah.
What's your favourite part of the boys?
Yeah.
Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
As we're talking about the girls in the Seven, let's talk about Maeve. I haven't really talked about her too much, because in the first season, her story wasn't really that interesting, and it didn't really affect the main storyline. But this changes with season 2. Maeve is gay, bisexual to be precise, and Vought absolutely abused that fact as a marketing gimmick. But more on that later. Her ex-girlfriend is in hospital with a burst appendix, but she still had Maeve listed as her emergency contact. They have a long and complicated history of breaking up and getting back together, alongside her other relationship with Homelander. The problem is, much of her relationship with this woman is covered up, because Maeve wants to protect her from Homelander. Even though she's not with Homelander anymore, he's very territorial, and would tear this woman in half for stealing her from him. It's clear from this hospital visit that Maeve still has feelings for her, and this situation is no doubt going to come to the attention of Homelander.
I will let you take me out to dinner. Right. I forgot. We'll need to order in, keep it low pro.
Gecko comes through on getting a sample of V, but A-Train, who's fully recovered from his heart attack, notices Starlight stashing it in her boot. With a sleight of hand, she sneaks it into Stormfront's backpack.
Maybe You shouldn't be hitting the crystal with your buddies quite so soon.
Come on. Let's finish dick tickling these half-wits so we can finally do our real job.
Stormfront has the best dialogue of this season. Not because of the vulgar language, but I love how she makes no time for corporate BS and only going by the approved script.
Do not waste your hard-earned cash on this shitty big-titted hunk of plastic. That'll probably end up in a manatee's belly when your kid chucks it in the garbage.
It reflects how many office workers feel when sitting through some corpo presentation where they say performative crap like, "We're not a company, we're a family." The boys track down the so-called soup terrorist, and it turns out to be Kimiko's brother. Butcher goes in on the attack, and this guy retaliates with his telekinetic powers. But why is Butcher still trying to take him down, knowing that this is Kimiko's brother? Well, he made a deal with Mallory that he will bring her the soup, and she will help him find Becca again.
Becca's alive.
What?
Becca's alive.
A-Train sneaks into Starlight's room and finds the sample of V that she's been concealing, threatening to expose her to Homelander. But then she gives a similar threat of exposing the forensics report showing how Popclaw really died. So they both agree to keep their mouths shut. Turns out Kimiko's brother has been brainwashed by the bad guys that kidnapped them as kids, and he considers America to be the enemy. So yeah, maybe the boys were right about him. After a struggle, Kimiko knocks him out and they cart him away. But not before Butcher thanks Huey for earlier.
You come between me and my missus again, I'll kill you.
A symbiotic part of a larger thing. A thing named...
Butcher apologises for the punch, looking for them to move past it. But in response, Huey flips out.
Hey. Now, kid, stop raving. No.
Gotta say, I side with Butcher here. Huey's being a little bitch. They're on their way to bring Kimiko's brother to Mallory. What's his name? I genuinely forgot. Oh yeah, it's Kenji. I'm not sure why they had to go by boat for this journey, but at least it's a nice change of scenery. We'll check back in with these guys later. A-Train is living large now that he's back on the scene, but it seems he shouldn't be ignoring the fact that he just had a heart attack, as his ticker is still unable to handle the partying. And his heart is about to be tested again, as Starlight just revealed Compound V to the media. It's not something we see her doing, but instead suggested through this conversation.
This is kind of on you too. If I go down, you come with me. Pretty sure they'd kill us both.
A-Train puts her in her place when she says it doesn't matter about this hurting their chances of earning money from sponsors.
There are more important things.
You know, the only people that say that are the people who grew up with money.
Poor old Ashley was already having a tough morning before this news broke out, and now she's at the point of stress where she's pulling out her own hair. This news is also heavily affecting some supes, with both the Deep and Black Noir realising they could have had normal lives in regular, not disgusting human bodies, if only their parents hadn't sold them to Vought. Naturally, the boys are pretty happy, and it's nice to see them celebrating for a change. But Billy reminds them to calm their tits down, as they're in the middle of an important mission, harbouring a soup that could easily sink this boat if things don't go well. There's an iconic scene where Homelander takes Ryan to the roof and insists that he jumps off, confident that his body will instinctively react and fly. But when he pushes him, Becca is at the end of her tether and they begin arguing, causing Ryan to flip out with his powers resurfacing.
Get your hands off of her!
Good boy.
Man, what a great scene. Frenchie tries building some trust with Kenji, but he's not interested. And then he sees that Frenchie left behind a Red Bull can, which he can just about move with his pinky finger, and he begins cutting his binds with the torn up can. Things aren't looking good above board either, as the NYPD have spotted the stolen boat. But before they can fully negotiate, Kenji gets loose and accidentally takes out the helicopter during the scrap.
Time to go.
The Seven have been alerted to Kenji's location, and they team up to deal with the situation. They reach out for help from the deep, as finally there's a water-based mission where he can be useful, sending a bunch of dolphins and sharks to knock the boat about. Although it does beg the question as to why Homelander or Stormfront couldn't just fly to their boat. But the scene that's coming up helps me forget this oversight, because this scene is truly diabolical. They transfer over to a speedboat, and the deep stands atop a whale blocking their path. But Butcher isn't willing to let that stop him, and he just rams the speedboat right into the whale's guts. When they recover from the crash, Huey is still inside the whale, stunned by the shock of what just happened. Milk then gives him a pep talk while they're sitting next to the whale's dying heart. I don't know how much of this I can actually show you. I absolutely love this scene, but we've got to move on. They try to lose the Seven by entering the sewers, and A-Train leads the charge on finding them, as he can sweep the entire sewer system in a few seconds. On a good day, that is. Starlight and Homelander catch up to Huey, and he instructs Starlight to kill him, but Butcher steps up with Kenji to temporarily slow down Homelander. Why the change of heart for Kenji? Possibly because Homelander represents America. His whole image is American patriotism, and it's also because Kenji can see that these are Kimiko's friends. Stormfront catches up with these siblings almost immediately, and she causes absolute chaos chasing them through the buildings, killing who knows how many innocent people. She then breaks Kenji's hands and snaps his neck, making a comment that reveals something suspicious about her political beliefs.
Yellow bastard.
Homelander very much disapproves of her taking this kill, and then getting all the glory from the press for stopping the terrorist.
Would you like an almond joy?
I would like an almond joy. After snorting some party powder, Frenchie approaches a grieving Kimiko and goes in for a kiss.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, I was just...
I am all for shooting your shots, but maybe at least wait until the dead brother's body has gone cold. Homelander is still seething at the sight of Stormfront being in the spotlight, so he goes to a remote cabin to unwind with Madeline Stillwell? What the fuck is going on here? Well, it turns out this is Doppelganger, who's providing Homelander with a very special service. This is all so he can hear Madeline call him a big strong boy.
You're the most powerful man in the whole wide world. And there's nothing that you cannot do.
Mallory reveals that before Susan's head popped, she was looking into an old soup called Liberty, big on the scene in the 70s, but then she disappeared from the radar. Mallory assigns Butcher to look into it, and she also gives Butcher the information on where she thinks Becca is. Even though Butcher failed to deliver on his end of the deal, she still feels it's the right thing to do. Butcher leaves the rest of the gang to find Liberty, while he goes on the search for Becca. Homelander isn't pleased that Starlight hesitated in killing Huey, and suspects that she's still working with the boys. But she plays it off as not being a murderer, even though she totally hates Huey for breaking her heart.
So tell me, am I lying?
You're not lying.
Black Noir carries on the hunt for Butcher, demanding that the surveillance girl discards of her almond joy bar to focus on getting the info for him. I wonder if this insignificant detail will come into play later. When Huey meets with Starlight, it's clear that the incident earlier has her shook, so Huey insists that she comes along on the car journey as they go on their mission to find Liberty, an idea which Milk protests, fearful that Vought will be able to track them down. But after listening to their reasoning, he agrees that it might be a good idea to have a soup by their side for protection. One thing he doesn't agree to, though, is having these two lovebirds turning this road trip into a karaoke session, as they loudly sing along to We Didn't Start the Fire by Billy Joel.
Rock and roll, I can't take it anymore!
Hey, this ain't no little Vegas road trip, okay? Just chill. I'm not your goddamn chaperone.
They arrive at the motel, getting 2 rooms, and for some reason, Huey chooses to bunk with Milk. He knows you two are ploughing each other, and he's a guy. He'd understand you two wanting the same room. They still meet up for a midnight snack. Her preference is Almond Joy, a top tier choice despite what Huey says.
Nobody likes Almond Joy. Jeffrey Dahmer. That's it. He's the only one.
Oh man, the UK have been sleeping on these. These are great. She's still hungry for nuts, so they go to her room to get her filled. They arrive at the place where Mallory says they can get intel on Liberty. This lady witnessed Liberty killing her father, for seemingly no reason other than him being black.
Ain't you supposed to be a hero?
I am a hero for killing a black piece of shit like you.
The woman then reveals that she's seen Liberty in the newspapers, only now she goes by the name Stormfront. Butcher sneaks into Becca's car, and they drive to a secluded spot so they can finally embrace after all these years.
I thought you were dead. I stopped looking. I shouldn't have stopped.
I couldn't call anybody. I can't imagine what it must have done to you. I'm sorry.
Becca reveals that Homelander's letting him live because she threatened that if anything happened to him, she'll top herself in front of Ryan and tell Ryan it was Daddy's fault. A-Train notices rival Shockwave in the building and suspects that he's being pushed out of the 7. Ashley tries to BS him, but Homelander cuts right to the point and says, yeah, you're slow as treacle now, so you're out.
I doubt you're even cracking the top 20 anymore, and that makes a 7, me, look pretty ridiculous. It's nothing personal. We'll always be friends, and etc.
On a TV interview, the 7 get accused of not being diverse enough, saying there's a lack of Hispanic people and such. Homelander's frustration at this question causes him to out Maeve as a full homosexual, rather than being what she actually is as bi.
Maeve here is a strong, proud lesbian with a beautiful girlfriend. And I, for one, am so proud of her.
Like it was suggested before, Homelander doesn't take it well when he catches on to Maeve being in contact with her girlfriend again. And this is his power play of controlling their lives.
Oh, is it so hard to believe that I want you two to be happy? Honestly, Maeve, I am really, really happy for you.
Homelander's also getting pissy with Stormfront, because not only is she taking the spotlight, but she's also now publicly bad-mouthing Vought. And she's also helping to spread anti-Vought memes, using this ancient meme format. Yeah, they really should have consulted some people under the age of 40 about memes. She says she's doing this to build an army of angry followers, as angry fans are more passionate than happy fans, and she'll become the figurehead for a new and improved Vought.
You spent $273 million on that Saving America bullshit, and I am running circles around you with 5 guys on laptops churning out memes.
The ending of this episode is so damn effed up. Homelander pays another visit to Doppelganger, but this time him appearing as Madeline isn't working for him, saying he doesn't need Madeline anymore. He doesn't need anyone apart from himself. So Doppelganger obliges and goes in for the ultimate what the F moment. But luckily for us, before this goes too far, Homelander breaks his neck. In a knee-jerk reaction to Maeve's forced outing as gay, Vought makes a movie promoting it, and Maeve is tired of Homelander taking advantage of it.
If I promise to never see her again, will you stop?
Elena's good for you, and I'm not going to let you throw that away. Not now, not ever.
Ashley also has some issues with his behaviour, as he's been recorded accidentally killing a kid when taking out another soup.
Oh.
There are protests happening right now outside of Vought, but he's been instructed to step down and allow the crisis team to manage the situation. He doesn't listen and decides to face the protesters head on, taking the microphone from his most vocal opponent, Congresswoman Victoria Newman. He tries to reason with the crowd with the collateral damage argument, but the crowd still turns on him.
You don't speak for us! You don't speak for us! You don't speak for us!
His internal rage causes him to envision lasering the crowd in half. I wish this was real, but unfortunately we're in for a long wait before we see Homelander truly snap. At the time of recording this, we're on season 4, and he's still yet to go in full meltdown mode. And I've got to be honest, I'm getting kind of impatient. Hello, it's even further from the future Hausenberg speaking. And well, I just don't know why I even bother having hopes and dreams. I don't wish to spoil anything here, but I can't in good conscience allow the show to give you hopes and dreams of this kind of thing eventually happening. When relevant, we'll come back to this point. But yeah, just try and enjoy the journey, rather than being excited for the destination. Ashley yanks out another clump of hair as she watches Homelander make the situation worse. Huey phones Butcher to find out where he is, and he tells Huey that he's going offline, and won't be coming back until he does. He claims to be running away to Argentina, but really he's going to visit his auntie, and also his dog, which of course is a bulldog, because he's a proper British geezer. Huey and Milk soon track him down, because they love him and want him back. Butcher sulks off and gets in his car, but then he spots Black Noir spying on him from a rooftop. And man, this really creeps me out. Imagine that feeling that you're being watched by a silent assassin who could easily kill you at any moment. Butcher calmly walks back into the house and tells them to prepare for Noir. To buy them some time, Milk comes up with the idea of calling in a gas leak, meaning if Noir attacks now, he has to do it in front of authorities. Also, with this extra time, they make some nail bombs using household items. I find it hilarious that Milk is asking Butcher's aunt if she has all this stuff just laying around the house.
Ma'am, do you have any nails, ball bearings, electrical wiring, pressurized aerosol products? I need a can about this big.
Ah, yes. Let me just go fetch my jar of ball bearings that I just happen to keep around the house because you never know. Turns out being shady runs in Butcher's family, as his aunt has a reinforced basement that's ready to use for such an occasion. I love the anticipation as we hear Noir setting off the bombs upstairs, and after each one goes off, we still hear footsteps. I mean, we do already know that he's kind of explosion proof, but this scene makes him much more of an intimidating character. He throws down some gas to draw them out of hiding. Butcher knows that Noir is only here for him, so he locks everyone outside to face Noir alone. An incredibly silly move, and the others make an equally silly move, breaking back in to help. Butcher threatens that if Noir kills anyone, he will release the information on Homelander's secret baby, and also that he forced himself on Becca. Noir isn't willing to listen at first, but then Stan Edgar calls in to make a deal with Butcher. He will call Noir off if he promises to keep this information secret. Starlight hacks into Stormfront's laptop to dig up some dirt, but she walks in before Starlight can read her emails. Stormfront says, "I know it was you who leaked Compound V to the press." And Starlight says, "Yeah, well, I know you changed your name to hide your shady past, and you probably moved to Argentina with the rest of your kind." Stormfront and Homelander have had some chemistry building, and it goes up a level by the end of the episode.
You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Starlight is getting her tracking chip removed to lessen the risk of being caught with her on the team. She can somehow walk away after being shot by a bullet from this powerful looking gun, but a tiny little saw penetrates her skin just fine. Yeah, I really don't understand Soup's skin at all. I'm sure some nerd glasses emoji will scoff at me in the comments below. Well actually... The new power couple, who I'll refer to as Stormlander, carry on with their deviant acts while working, squashing a guy's head while she rummages around in his pocket for change, and then they do it up against the wall covered in the guy's blood. Let's just move on. They soon have their first falling out though, when Homelander has a surprise for her, and she says she'll come look at it in 20 minutes. But she gets caught up in something which takes her out all day, and the betrayal he feels causes him to burn down half the set.
What happened to your trailer?
Electrical fire.
So, what took her so long? Well, it starts with Starlight telling the boys about the hospital that's been emailing Stormfront, so they go check it out. The sneakiest of the crew sneak in to do whatever, but they need to be quick because Stormfront just landed. They discover this is a hospital for mentally unwell supes, and one supe who's smuggling a Costco hot dog in his pants. One of the patients is set on fire, and Frenchie recognises the guy shooting the flames as Lamplighter, the guy who burns Mallory's grandkids alive. Frenchie's emotions get the better of him, and they face off against Lamplighter, unintentionally resulting in the most powerful supe being freed from her cell. She then sets the rest of the patients free, while Lamplighter hides in a room with the team. From now on, I'm just going to call him Lamp. I don't really like names that are tongue twisters. I have trouble speaking at the best of times. After Kimiko saves Lamp from being melted down by a Soup's acid vomit, he agrees to team up with them so they can try and escape this place. One of the escapee Soupes is frightened seeing the boys waiting outside, distrusting that they're not the bad guys that seek to cause him harm. They realise Huey was still in the van, and when they pull him out, he claims to be fine, but the shrapnel lodged in his belly says otherwise.
Huey! No.
It's revealed that Starlight's abilities only work when there's an electrical source nearby, and unfortunately the car battery just got fried. This detail will be important for a later episode, but I do find it strange that they were just talking about using her ability to cauterize his wound. I thought her powers had a pushing effect, not a burning effect. But it doesn't really matter, he'll be fine by the next episode. We get to see some backstory for how they met Lamp. The boys had an incriminating video of him, and they set up yet another blackmail situation, where he's forced into being an informant for what goes on behind closed doors at Vought. I swear blackmail is this show's only way of giving humans power over supes. It's getting kinda stale. While they formulate a plan, Frenchie grills him over what he did to Mallory's grandkids, and he snaps back, saying it was an accident. He didn't know her grandkids were home when he tried to kill her, and he turns some blame back to Frenchie, saying, well, if you saw me about to commit this awful act, why didn't you stop me? And we see the reason was his friend slash ex-lover, not really sure which, was overdosing and needed his help. No idea why she didn't just call the ambulance. What the hell is Frenchie going to do about it? Frenchie abandoning his post explains why Milk wasn't happy to see him again at the reunion. Lamp reveals that his job here is to burn the evidence of Vaught's experiments, as they try to modify the compound to be injected in both babies and adults. Getting back to the fun stuff, they hear something trying to get in. It's the giant Costco hot dog, and it stretches around Milk's neck. Obviously, I can't show you this because it will be age restricted, but listen to how gross and slimy it sounds. I love the immediate trauma on Milk's face.
That's his dick. Don't be so close-minded.
The final soup standing in their way is Jada Squishit Smith. Keep my soup's name out your f***ing mouth. But Stormfront comes in and zaps her to death. Let this be a lesson to anyone who makes recaps. Never presume a character is dead, even if they look really dead. As unless their head is smashed open, there's always a chance they'll be coming back. She calls out for Lamp to ask what the hell went down, and he decides to come out, knowing that it's the only way to distract her and keep the others safe. Mallory holds a gun to Lamp, and he's willing to let her enact her justice for her grandkids. But Frenchie begs her to consider using him as a valuable weapon against Vought. It's clear that he's already being punished by living with the guilt of his mistake. While Maeve is showering, her girlfriend Elena finds the video of Maeve and Homelander letting those people go down with the plane. Maeve begs her to believe that she's going to use that footage to prove that Homelander is a manipulative psychopath who gave her no choice but to comply. Elena's speechlessness speaks volumes as to how she feels about Maeve's not guilty plea.
Why are you looking at me like that?
The episode ends with Stormfront revealing her true identity. She was born in Berlin in 1919, and she has pictures of her being best buddies with various members of the Nazi Party. She was also the very first soup to exist.
He gave me the first successful V injection. He made me, and his genius made you.
Now that the truth is out, she fully leans into the supremacy part of her identity, if you catch my drift. And Homelander has never been more turned on. Oh no. They bring Victoria Newman in to organise a congressional hearing where Lamp will testify against Vought. And the atmosphere in here is kind of awkward because you have these high-powered figures making plans with wanted criminals, knowing that this synergy is their best chance of taking down Vought. Ugh, synergy, that's a corpo word, isn't it? You don't work in an office anymore, Hausenberg. You're a free man. After their meeting, Butcher flies back home to the UK, as he received word that his dad died. But this turned out to be a lie, because his mum wants him to see his dad one last time before he dies.
What now, Ugg? You step 1 inch closer, and I'll kill you quicker than that f***ing ass cancer. I'll bet you would.
They made a perfect casting choice here. The dad not only looks like he could be his dad, but he also perfectly plays an older, grumpier, and bigger a-hole version of Butcher. Holy shit, I just realised he plays Denethor from Lord of the Rings.
And why should your songs be unfit for my halls? Come, sing me a song.
Butcher highly resents his dad for the way he treated him and his brother as kids. Dad blames him for brother Lenny taking his own life, an accusation which pushes Butcher to his limit.
You're the one who abandoned him, not me. You're a monster. I just want to know.
Starlight's having a meeting with her mum, who wants to take her on vacation to get away from the drama, telling her that she already got it cleared by Vought, meaning Vought now know where Starlight is. She wakes up in a cell in Vought Towers that only has low voltage lighting, so she can't use her powers. Homelander wastes no time in telling the public about how Starlight is working with the SJWs of Congress. Their words, not mine. And these enemies want nothing more than to take Vought down. Also, they're the reason why a soup terrorist made it across the border.
SJWs like Victoria Newman want us to do. Just let him in and give him a cup of iced tea.
They then go back to Ryan to try and win him over again. And after they show him that the community he's been living in is a fake, he willingly flies away with Homelander.
No, please.
Mallory and Milk try to convince Dr. Vogelbaum to testify alongside Lamp, but he's perfectly happy being retired, and knowing that turning over stones will lead him to being silenced forever. Butcher pays him a visit too, and gives him a good reason to testify, because if he doesn't, both he and his family will be killed. Which might seem a little bit too extra from Butcher, but remember, Dr. Vogelbaum is one of the people who helped to keep the Becca Homelander situation a secret. This threatening T-sip he does is an unexpected highlight of this episode. Another unexpected highlight is when Lamp sneaks Hugh into Vought HQ to help him rescue Starlight. But instead of seeing the mission through, he really only wanted to come here to commit self-deletion in front of his own statue.
They moved my statue? What? I wanted to do it in front of my statue? What?
What the fuck? Oh!
This fire sets off an emergency light in Starlight's cell, giving her a source of electricity for her powers. She doesn't get too far though, as Black Noir is in the building. Luckily, Maeve is also here, and she knows Black Noir's kryptonite is Almond Joy, because he has a tree nut allergy. And there we have it, the payoff to the whole Almond Joy joke, that both the show and myself have beaten you over the head with. The writers included this because the actor who plays Black Noir actually does have a tree nut allergy, and that's the only reason we have this reoccurring product placement.
Was that an Almond Joy?
The congressional hearing begins, but before anyone can give their statements, people's heads start popping off. It's by far the bloodiest scene so far, and in respect for most of this being pixelated for you, I'll pay tribute to the ones we lost in this scene. Dr. Vogelbaum, Shockwave, and Lady Extra screaming in the crowd. I'll miss Soup terrorism fear is at an all-time high, with the President of the USA declaring it legal for authorities to use Compound V so they can increase the amount of good guy soups for this war, and hopefully put a stop to this head-popping stuff.
This is not okay. This needs to stop now.
The boys are prepping to pick out the rest of the bad apples in the 7, but Starlight suggests there may be a less dangerous method by getting one of the good apples, like Maeve, to testify. On the way, Starlight asks Huey why he's so obsessed with Billy Joel, and he reveals that he and his mum used to listen to Billy Joel all the time before she packed up her stuff and ran away.
My mom's not dead.
She's not? Oh, it's just you never mentioned her, so...
She left when I was 6.
Oh.
When they get to Maeve's place, she's a bit of a mess. Elena left her, and she's still carrying the guilt of everything that she's been involved with.
Nothing ever changes or gets better. And I'm tired. Just leave.
A-Train, however, does want to help. Not because he's a good guy now, but he's known Stormfront is a racist for a long time, and he's found the evidence he needs to get rid of her.
Holy shit.
As soon as she's gone, he might have a shot of getting back in the 7. Becca escapes her prison home and finds Butcher's hideout, where she's in absolute bits over Ryan being taken. I love the way everyone fawns over her, curious to meet the one person that Butcher actually loves.
Jambon vert, simple, but it's the ingredients, you know?
Thank you.
Diet Coke with lime, right?
Butcher gets right into action to get Ryan back, calling a meeting with Stan Edgar to change the terms of their agreement. Now the deal is Butcher will help to get Ryan back to safety if Stan agrees to hide him again, this time someplace more secret and harder to find, reasoning that Vought can't control the secret child if the secret child is allowed to walk around with Homelander. The first part of the plan is to distract Stormfront by leaking the news of her sketchy activities during World War II.
It's catchy.
Then, to get Homelander away from the cabin, they play a high-frequency note for a bunch of speakers, which is basically like a dog whistle for his kind of soup. They sneak Ryan out of the cabin and then Vought move in to make the escort, confused as to why no one is home. Butcher didn't have the heart to go through with the deal, knowing it would break Becca's heart to separate her from Ryan. When Homelander returns to the cabin, he overhears the extraction team calling out for Butcher.
Did I hear you say Butcher?
It's a real crap your pants situation. They just played a dirty trick on the world's most dangerous man.
Where is my son?
He walks out of the cabin completely drenched in blood, and things are about to get bloodier. But first, we got a situation where Stormfront intercepts Becca's car. Yeah, they somehow walk away from this with barely a scratch. That's kinda ridiculous. Anyway, we get an all-female showdown, which feels way more natural than how Endgame did it. All the soups fighting here being female is coincidental rather than for show.
Don't worry.
She's got health.
When they overwhelm Stormfront, she flies away to find Becca and Ryan, who fled the scene. Becca lands a wicked eye stab before Stormfront goes in for the kill. Ryan's emotions are then brought to a new height, where his laser eyes burst out of control. Stormfront is completely cooked, missing nearly every limb, and she speaks in her native German tongue while she nears death. Becca's also not doing too well, bleeding from the neck in a way that can't be healed. In her final moments, she begs Butcher to tell Ryan that this isn't his fault, and he must be protected from Homelander. A truly brutal scene, and everyone starring in this scene acted their balls off.
Es war das erste Mal.
Ryan, do you do this?
I didn't mean to.
Now, you might be wondering why Homelander doesn't just laser Butcher here and now, but Maeve is here, serving out a classic dish. Ye old faithful blackmail move. Homelander cares more about being adored by the public than he does anything else. So this threat is enough for him to stand down. This is the moment where Victoria Newman becomes more of a central character. She hires Huey to help her run her campaign for office. But more interestingly, we find out that she was working with the Church of the Collective to dig up dirt on supes like Stormfront. And when he promises that more supes are to follow, this happens. So yeah, Victoria Newman was the soup exploding heads. What's cool is that if you watch the congressional hearing scene again, you can see her making eye contact with all of the heads she exploded. Making eye contact is a prerequisite of this ability. Finally, there's no way I can end this season without mentioning the moment where Homelander is jacking it as he stands over the city, screaming that he can do whatever the F he wants. Alright, Bam Margera, settle down.
What will he do next? Whatever the I want.
A lot of people cite this season as being the start of the show's downfall, with a few pointing to the scene where Stan Edgar puts Homelander in his place, as a sign of Homelander not being as powerful as we thought. While others cite that it feels like not much progress has been made in the boys' mission, feeling like the story's already kind of dragging its heels. For the Homelander obeying Stan stuff, this will make more sense when we see that Homelander is very needy for love. He needs to be the #1 favourite soup, and he needs his team to rally behind him. So he can't be the hero of Vought if he burns Vought to the ground. As for the story dragging its heels, that's not how I feel right now. With such a big mission, with incredibly high stakes, complications are bound to happen. I am still very much enjoying the ride, so onwards we go to Season 3.
Начало сезона. Давайте посмотрим.
Vought made a PR-friendly film explaining how Stormfront being a naughty German was a massive shock to all.
You'll always be in my heart, but the Fourth Reich is in my soul.
Homelander watches the premiere feeling numb and resentful. There's an awkward moment where Huey accidentally walks into Homelander, and oh wow, Homelander is a short king? No wonder he's so mad all the time. As the photo shoot ends, a weird guy in the audience keeps calling out for Victoria Newman, but he's calling her by the name Nadia. We'll be seeing him again shortly. For reasons that are never explained, the boys are hunting down a soup called Termite. Termite has the ability to shrink himself down, and he mostly uses this power for deviant acts. The next act is so deviant, I'm not sure how to show it to you. Alright, so what happened is, you've got Termite here, who's represented by this cat with an eye patch, and he went to his boyfriend, and he sees his little, tube snake balloon thing in his pants, and the boyfriend's like, oh hey, I reckon you could fit in there, right? So, Termite goes, yeah, you know what, I fancy getting snug in there. That's a good fit. I need some party powder first, so we're just gonna take a little dab, just to take the edge off. Just a little dab, nothing too crazy, all right? But he's fully floured up for the party, right? Gonna make some cakes inside this nice little tube here. So what we do is Termite shrinks down. He gets right inside of his little sock here, his little flesh sock. It's a bit tight, but just persevere. Bear with it, all right? The payoff is huge. It's going to be worth it. Right, so we've made progress on the. Gonna pull it apart for you so you can see that he's getting right stuck in there, right? And he's tickling inside walls. Oh, this happens all the time. Don't worry. Ow. Okay, so what you want to do is, to make sure he's in there, give it a little cradle. Yep, there's definitely something in there. Right, and then, so what he does, right, so bear in mind, he's fully floured up at this point in there, right? He's got all this flour in his system, and all of a sudden, he gets the sensation and he needs to sneeze. So what happens is, when he sneezes, he goes full size again, and this happens. Oh no, Mr. Termite, you have expanded within inside my member. So, oh no, please don't explode. Oh no, my blood and also guts are all over the place now. That's a shame.
And that's the scene.
Hilariously, Butcher catches him in a bag of Charlie and shakes him about to make sure he's fully powdered up, which causes him to OD. Butcher resists the urge to squash him, wanting to play by the rules for once and keep the boys in good standing with the Bureau of Soup Control, which is a big deal for Huey, as he's currently employed at the Bureau, a big step up from being Newman's assistant. Huey's kind of a big deal around the office, as people know him as the guy who's not only dating Starlight, but he helped bring down Stormfront. The weird guy from the crowd rocks up at the office, saying that Victoria Newman's name really is Nadia, and he knows this because they're best friends. Naturally, security thinks this guy is just a nutcase, and so they kick him out. But maybe he was telling the truth. Ryan's living in a safe house, and he's over the moon to see Butcher paying a visit. He's not living worry-free though, because he's afraid that his dad will go scorched earth in the search for his son.
One day, you'll be tough enough. And then he can't hurt you. But till then, you're safe here with the Colonel.
Homelander's pissed that the Deep got the slot before him on a TV interview, which I don't really understand because surely it's better to be the main act rather than the supporting act who typically comes before. Well, anyway, there's two details to take away from this. The first is that Deep explains how, with the help of his girlfriend Cassandra, he's been able to escape the Church of the Collective, which, surprise surprise, was more of a cult than a church. Cassandra seems like a good person for the Deep, but we soon see how crazy controlling she is. The other detail is that we can see how exhausted Homelander's getting, having to explain his situation over and over again.
I'm just a man who fell for the wrong woman.
Fell for the wrong woman.
But out of crisis comes change. Out of crisis comes
last
change.
year.
And I am very excited for everyone to meet the real me.
In his eyes, being a soup this powerful should make him exempt from having to explain himself. He's a god, we're puny humans. Stan introduces Vaught's new secret formula to Robert Singer, a form of V called Temp V, which, as the name implies, gives people temporary superpowers. He wants to sell Robert on the idea of giving Temp V to soldiers, and warns that it will look badly on him if he passes up this opportunity. But Robert Singer's like, nah, giving anyone this kind of power, even for a day, would be an absolute disaster. And also, why would he do more business with Vought right now, while they're in the middle of a PR nightmare, trying to get rid of their association with the naughty German?
Do you know what the public hears? Gestapo. Swastika. And that's your fault.
Realising that a drastic image change is needed, Stan calls a meeting to announce that Homelander is no longer the sole captain. He's going to be a co-captain with Starlight.
Yeah, but Homelander is captain. I mean, you're captain.
This will be beneficial to you both.
Oh, shit. Butcher receives word that Termite is being let off the hook for exploding that guy into 1,000,000 bits. And this news frustrates Butcher, feeling that the gentle approach of taking down Supes is holding him back from his life mission. The idea of one day taking down Homelander drifting further away.
Winning, are we?
Yeah.
Locking up a couple of nobodies ain't winning.
Huey's feeling insecure that her ex-boyfriend is back on the scene, a soup called Supersonic. They're shooting a reality TV show together, where Vought are heavily marketing the fact that they used to bang.
When he broke hearts everywhere by dating a certain rising star on the Capes for Christ circuit.
One of the funniest moments by far is Homelander confronting A-Train about his weight gain, even though he doesn't look any different. Delivering this classic line as A-Train tells him it's a Shake Shack milkshake.
I see you got the extra whipped cream in there, huh?
Yeah.
Yummers. Guess you wanted to cram in as much fat fuck as possible, huh?
A-Train curses at him under his breath, almost pushing Homelander off the edge.
What did you say to me?
I'm sorry. Shit. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it.
Say it. I'm sorry. Say it.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Queen Maeve sees this happening and messages Butcher about meeting up. She reveals company secrets about a soup named Soldier Boy. As far as the public are concerned, Soldier Boy died in the 1980s, but really he's being kept alive in a coma somewhere. The crucial detail within this secret file is that Soldier Boy was taken out by a particular weapon, a weapon that might also be strong enough to take out Homelander. The secret to obtaining this weapon is to find the members of Soldier Boy's old team, called Payback. Maeve also gives Butcher a sample of Temp V, knowing he's going to need every chance possible if he's going to face down Supes.
And what makes you think that me, of all people, would want to turn into one of you?
This is our best chance to kill Homelander.
He goes to pour it down the drain, but then hides it when he hears Homelander landing on his balcony.
You want to watch me have a wank? It'll cost you a tenner.
They have a very strange conversation, where Homelander suggests that Butcher should go back to his ultra-violent roots, so that they can face off in a big way when the time is right.
Well, what if we share a different destiny? Something a little more scorched earth.
No.
Turns out Stormfront is still alive, being kept in an ICU under the care of Vought. And even though she's powerless now, she can still give Homelander a helping hand adjusting his pants.
Here you go. See, they want me weak, castrated. They should be worshiping me. Tremble at my feet.
The episode ends with Huey witnessing Newman meeting her old friend, and we find out they both experienced some childhood trauma in the orphanage where they grew up. Wanting to keep her past a secret, she pops open his skull. Then she calls in a cleanup crew, suggesting that others in the organisation know she's a supe.
Единственный человек в небесах. Хорошая серия.
I love the opening of this one. It's a crappy daytime movie trailer about the Deep struggling to flee from the church, and the movie's called Not Without My Dolphin.
Then you've left me no choice but to run.
Not Without My Dolphin, brought to you by Lean Lady Frozen Dinners by Vought.
It's so stupid, but it makes me giggle. Butcher hallucinates Homelander tormenting him about taking Temp V.
I don't think you're gonna do it. Turn yourself into a soup? Well, that's a new low, even for you.
And then he sees his dead brother Lenny begging him not to do it.
But Becca, this would break her heart.
Becca don't care what I do. She's dead.
Huey and Starlight are investigating a kids' home for supes, called Red River, the same kids' home where Newman grew up. But they need to tread lightly in their investigation because of the whole head-popping stuff. Butcher begs MM to get back on the team, as he's got a shot at revenge against Soldier Boy, the supe responsible for killing his grandpa. MM says, no way bro, I'm not going to obsess on some revenge path like my grandpa did, until you leave the house and it's revealed that yes, I secretly do have an obsession on my revenge path. The next scene forces me to talk about one of the show's weaker aspects, which is their social commentary. It's not always bad. In fact, it's pretty funny and clever at times.
Your teacher should have an authorized firearm.
That clip felt like it had some subtlety to it. Not much subtlety, but it did require at least one brain cell to see why it's a good piece of satire for the direction the world is going with gun violence, especially in American schools. Now compare that to these visual gags in Queen Maeve's woke theme park. It's hard for me to pinpoint why these jokes feel more on the nose than the others. And it's not like none of them made me laugh. I got a real chuckle out of systemically oppressed tacos and LGB turkey legs. I think it's just a matter of the first example, feeling like there was more thought and effort put in. Frenchie and Kimiko are here to find a member of Payback called Crimson Countess, played by Laurie Holden, who you might recognise as Andrea from The Walking Dead. Is it just me, or is she kinda bad as a redhead? Crimson makes really cringe songs about crying chimps and stuff.
Gotta sing this song for the real King Kong and show him what these apes are worth. Chimps don't cry.
And upon meeting her, Kimiko is starstruck, but as Frenchie reminds her, they need to get down to business. When she makes a run for it, she accidentally explodes a Homelander mascot in the park.
We gotta go, come on!
Speaking of attractive supes, Starlight's being set up to have some model tier level backup dancers while she puts on a performance for Homelander's televised birthday celebration. But she sees this as nothing more than Homelander trying to make her sexualized, making a play to elevate himself as the real captain, morally lowering her from being a co-captain to Homelander's eye candy. Stan overhears the argument and sides with Starlight because she has way more followers on social media.
After the PR hole you dug for yourself this past year, I'd say you're lucky we're putting on this farce at all. But hey, it's your party. You can cry if you want to.
Huey's feeling frustrated with his lack of power to help with the boys' big mission. After failing miserably to open a jar, he tips over the edge and decides to go rogue, visiting the Red River home, pretending to be open to adopting a child. I completely missed this detail before, but listen to what this kid's name is.
Teddy's still well. We don't teleport.
Yep, Madeline's baby was a soup. Some people theorise that Homelander didn't save the baby in the explosion, but rather the baby teleported himself to safety, maybe as like a survival instinct. While browsing their catalogue of available children, well, that sounds way creepier than I wanted it to. Huey sneakily downloads all their records, which sounds even creepier. He discovers that Stan kind of adopted Victoria Newman, and we then cut to him reading a story to her daughter, having a sort of secret family set up. Butcher goes to a pro-gun convention to find a soup called Gunpowder, and threatens to leak information about an abuse case that Vought tried to cover up, detailing how Gunpowder was an underage victim of Soldier Boy. Butcher says he will keep this information under wraps if Gunpowder helps him to find Soldier Boy, but Gunpowder denies that the abuse ever took place.
Soldier Boy never touched me like that.
But then, when Butcher gets in his car, it's clear that Gunpowder's taken his threat very seriously. Things aren't looking too good for Butcher, as Gunpowder pulls off some neat trick shots. He sets off some car alarms to distract Gunpowder, allowing him to make a getaway. Every year for his birthday, Homelander saves one person publicly, for good PR. But while he's trying to convince this girl not to jump, the billboard behind him shows breaking news of Stormfront committing suicide by biting off her own tongue. He expresses the injustice he feels, seeing a soup's death celebrated, while he's being encouraged to save the lives of non-soups like this girl, a comparatively non-worthy human. He commands her to jump off the building.
Oh God, oh God.
No. No God. The only man in the sky is me.
After Huey reveals what he knows to Butcher about Newman, they agree that they need to do whatever it takes to win their war. So when Butcher goes back to intimidate Gunpowder and gets shot down, he gets right back up, because he's freshly juiced up on Temp V. After losing his teeth, he surrenders to Butcher's powers, and he says that Soldier Boy's abuse was never sexual, it was just hazing gone too far. And he reveals that Mallory was involved in the CIA hiding Soldier Boy. Even though he gave up the information, Butcher decides to kill him anyway, because why not? And he gets so enraged that another ability surfaces. Well damn, that's gonna help later on. It's time for Homelander's big celebration, and someone in the crowd heckles him for his connection to Stormfront.
Homelander, your Nazi died!
Did he just say his Nazi died?
Let's go.
Starlight tries to defend him, but he's had enough of pretending.
Come on,
No.
give it up.
No. I'm not just like the rest of you. I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better. I am better.
Ashley freaks out, commanding them to cut to commercials, but Homelander insists that the world hears what he has to say, making them understand that being the world's strongest hero means he should be revered and respected by all, not forced to make apologies all the time and do PR stunts.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
У этой серии прозвище Осьминог.
We see how Starlight's memories of being forced into child pageantry still haunts her to this day. How this shit is legal baffles me.
I tell you, children's beauty pageants are an American tradition, but not a proud one.
Even though it's an uncomfortable scene to sit through, that is the point in showing it. She still has to think about how wrong this all is, so we should too. Ugh, let's move on. Even though Homelander went off the rails on national TV, Ashley's over the moon to report his social media score is rising up fast, as too is his penis.
That's got nothing to do with you. Just keep going. Not afraid to what?
You're not afraid to be yourself.
The boys arrange to visit Ryan in his new safe house, but Frenchie can't go due to some emergency. Huey insists on taking his place, but he needs Kimiko to break his arm so that Victoria Newman sees that he has a valid excuse for skipping work. Not entirely sure why Huey feels he's needed on this trip, but let's roll with it. It's a fun scene seeing him go to this extreme, just to be a team player.
Right here. Clean break. No permanent damage.
1, 2.
What the shit?
Frenchie's emergency is helping his ex-girlfriend Cherie, as she's on the run from a woman called Nina, because when she was moving drugs for this Nina, the drugs got hijacked, and so now she owes Nina for the drugs and money. Unfortunately, the help she needs from Frenchie is running away together, which isn't something he can commit to, needing to remain home for the boys' mission. When they get to Mallory, she reveals her secret past in a covert operation in bringing drugs into the US. And as MM pushes her to clarify, she means the poor black communities in the US. Yeah, I'm not going to unpack that point. I don't want to start venturing into conspiracy theories. Please forgive my ignorance on this. I've since been educated about this part of American history. This isn't so much of a conspiracy theory as it is a widely accepted event. I'm still not going to unpack it here, as I'm not deeply educated on the topic, and also it's not the subject of the video. The higher-ups in this drug trafficking decide to bring in supes in the form of Team Payback, in a measure of protection against rebels. The members of Payback are Crimson Countess, Mindstorm, Swatto, the TNT Twins, Black Noir, and most importantly of all, Soldier Boy, played by the legend himself, Jensen Ackles, who you may recognise as Dean Winchester from Supernatural.
I call this one the Blue Steel.
Yeah, that's great.
Interestingly, we also see a young Stan Edgar, and they cast him extremely well. Not only did they have to get his look correct, but they also managed to get his voice spot on.
Superheroes in the military, of course. For the first time in over 30 years.
Even more interestingly, we see that Black Noir used to speak.
Fuck Mystique. People don't even know it's me under this thing. I gotta wear it just to get a cab.
That is until their camp got blown up by the enemy. Vought are recruiting replacements to be in the Seven. They're pushing for Supersonic, but Starlight is pushing for a woman who she has no personal connection to. And the reason why, which she reveals to Supersonic, is because she doesn't want him being too close to Homelander, just in case he snaps and makes him his next victim. Homelander wants to bring the Deep back, and this is how Starlight reacts to his peace offering.
What makes you think that I want a daily reminder of the guy who f***ing mouth-raped me?
She again threatens to expose Homelander for the airplane disaster, but he surprisingly responds with, okay, do it, because if you do, I'm going to go scorched earth. If you take away my public image, I'll have nothing left to lose, which means I'll burn down the entire world.
Well, I think then I'll just wipe New York off the f***ing map. Because why not? See, Starlight, I'd prefer to be loved. I would. But if you take that away from me, being feared is A1 okie doke by me.
No. One of the most amusing / disgusting parts of this episode is when Deep is invited to eat dinner with Homelander, and he's prepared a visceral seafood feast, full of slimy shellfish, skin-cracking lobsters, and the main course is his octopus friend Timothy. Deep is very reluctant to tuck in, but Cassandra messages him saying, do it.
I'm so sorry.
Listening to the squelching and the ink sac bursting, it's just so wrong. I don't really know if I have to censor this, because technically speaking, nothing too graphic's really happening. It's just a man eating food. Alright Peter, settle down, I do understand the implication. After making this joke, I was informed that in a fun twist of irony, Peter were not only not upset by the scene, they gave it an award, as the octopus was completely digital. The episode ends with Homelander getting his way, the Deep is back on the team, and also Supersonic decided to stay. Homelander's final play of manipulation is to suddenly declare that he and Starlight are a couple. #Homelight.
I can't keep it a secret anymore. It's time we let the world know. Starlight and I are in love.
Великий пятигодный план. Конечно, не такой великий, как матушка Россия.
Seeing a recording of Soulja Boy doing a terrible rap has truly made my day complete.
Fab Five Freddy told me everybody's fly. DJ spinning, I said my.
MM doesn't feel the same way though, because of the whole grandpa killing stuff. Butcher's been suffering a long-lasting hangover from taking Temp V, and Huey catches on.
Where'd you even get it?
One of them websites. Bonus for days.
No. None of your smirky shit.
I only had one dose. All right?
He convinces Frenchie to use his Russian contact, Nina, to get hold of the weapon that the Russians used to bring down Soulja Boy, offering her the money that Cherie owes, plus a little more to tickle her titties. She says, okay, I'll get you into Russia, but you've got to do a side mission for me when you get there. This season partially taking place in Russia is the reason for me including the Russian title cards, which I didn't think was a confusing choice, but a few comments did roll in, confused about this choice. As I happen to know a couple of Russians from our Discord, one of them was willing to do the voice lines for me, and you can have fun with the mystery of not knowing what some of these clips actually say.
В этой серии танцуют и поют. Все.
The side mission is for Kimiko to disguise herself as a lady of adult entertainment, and when inside, go kill some gross Harvey Weinstein looking dude for a reason that's not being disclosed. Maybe just the crime of looking like Harvey Weinstein is enough. The funny part of this scene is the cabinet, filled with soup-themed toys, such as Homelander's Star-Spangled Banger, the Deep Flounder Pounder, Black Noir Silent Screamer, and the Hausenberger Squirter. She uses the Silent Screamer to silence him, and then gets to work on the rest of his goons with the rest of his toys. Yeah, ain't no way this is going to be unpixelated. One of my favourite moments in this episode, and possibly the whole series, is A-Train's commercial for his energy drink, which is a parody of the extremely cringe Pepsi advert, commercial, starring Kendall Jenner. The non-specific protest where Pepsi, and now A-Train's energy drink, is the thing that keeps the peace and saves the day.
We gotta listen to each other. A-Train's Turbo Rush energy drink.
Oh man, the cringe of the original hurts so good, and the parody version is just mwah, chef's kiss. It's an example of clever commentary from the boys for once. If you're going to make a point about corporations being out of touch, make it funny like this. Victoria Newman is expected to give a speech which exposes Homelander, but instead she exposes Stan Edgar for all his shady deals behind the curtain. It's suggested that Homelander threatened the life of her daughter. So, with Stan out of the picture, Homelander has full control of the Seven.
Eventually, probably soon, the world will recognize you for the pitiful disappointment you are. You are not a god. You are simply bad product.
Later that evening, Newman gives her daughter a dose of V to protect her from any future threats. A messed up last resort, considering the immediate pain it brings to the body as your anatomy changes violently upon receiving the V. But honestly, if I was in her position, I'd do the exact same for my kid. Before entering the military-controlled compound, Butcher doses up on V as a precaution, and also because it feels amazing. Huey wants some too, as he's still feeling powerless to be a part of the mission, but Butcher warns him that the hangover isn't worth the buzz. Ball. They cut the power to the building and sneak in, discovering a V'd up hamster which breaks the glass, alerting the guards to their position. When things get hairy, Butcher uses his powers, and it looks amazing. Uwe then surprisingly uses teleporting powers, revealing that he took a dose of V too. The rest of the gang are pissed at them both for doing this.
You're better than this, kid.
They find Soulja Boy being kept in a gas-controlled coma, and when he wakes, his body immediately starts going radioactive. an ability which we discover removes the powers of the soup it hits. As we can see here, Kimiko is now unable to heal.
Monko! Open your eyes, Kimiko. Open your eyes. Open your eyes! Monko! Kimiko, there you go.
The episode ends with Homelander taking Starlight to a rooftop to make it clear that the scheming behind his back stops now. Otherwise, the people that she cares about will end up like Supersonic.
You f***ing psycho!
Stop it! You know how that ends.
Earlier, Supersonic was trying to help A-Train get back at Homelander. But as we can see, A-Train betrayed his trust by telling Homelander about Supersonic and Starlight's conversations.
From here on out, there is only my dutiful, loving, main squeeze Starlight. Because if you step 1 inch out of line, I mean, if you so much as fucking blink the wrong way, then that will be Huey.
Я не буду читать это название, оно слишком длинное. В этой серии танцуют и поют. Все.
Ashley's announced as the replacement CEO, but Homelander enters the room to remind her that he's the big kahuna around here. He does the same to some lady on the board who dares to speak up.
Do you think you know better than me? I don't know, maybe you think you should be sitting in my chair and I should be sitting all the way down there in yours.
Oh, God, no, sir. I'm sorry. I was just... It was stupid of me. I'm so stupid. And you're so great.
Starlight notices that Huey's arm is no longer broken, and when he reveals the reason why, she slams some White Claws to remain calm. I see that she's drinking the natural lime flavour, which might just be the most disgusting flavour of White Claw. I mean, I find White Claws to be trash anyway. Sorry, California hipsters. Well, anyway, it seems not even slamming 3 White Claws wasn't enough to chill her out.
You shot up an untested drug from Vought. You could have gotten yourself killed.
I love how he tries to BS, saying that taking V feels awful, but then immediately takes it back.
You loved it.
I really loved it. It was awesome. I wasn't scared. I saved MM. Me.
Queen Maeve delivers more Temp V to Butcher, and they sit down with a drink to share their personal issues, such as Butcher's hatred for Supes, meaning that she'll have to be killed at some point too. And in a twist that no one saw coming, Maeve and Butcher start slapping thighs. Kimiko's recovering in hospital, and she's happy about losing her powers, because it also means her ability to speak is returning. This scene then turns into an out-of-pocket musical number, which of course is just in her imagination.
I got starlight, I got sweet dreams.
I got mon cœur.
Who could ask for anything more?
She feels so giddy at the end that she kisses Frenchie. This will be an important moment to keep in mind for season 4. Taken aback by the kiss, he gets some coffee to reflect, but then he gets kidnapped by Nina's men for refusing to do a mission for her. When he doesn't return, Kimiko assumes that he ran off, being freaked out by her smooches. This next scene is pretty funny. We see Crimson making money as a cam girl, and Seth Rogen is the guy jerking it while she does butt stuff.
Get ready!
I don't really like Seth Rogen, but I enjoyed this cameo. And interestingly, as I'm sure many of you know, he's an executive producer for this show. Knowing that Soulja Boy would try to get back in contact with his old gang, Payback, Butcher and Milk chain Crimson to the floor as bait. She threats that Soulja Boy doesn't just want to see her, he wants to kill her, for reasons she's not willing to reveal. Milk's Geiger counter starts going off, signalling his approach. Knowing that Milk's going to go crazy seeing Soulja Boy, Butcher gives him some night-night medicine.
I'm sorry. You'll be right in the morning.
Butcher asks that they make a trade. He hands over Crimson to Soulja Boy, and he'll do a favour for Butcher in return. When Soulja Boy gets inside, he asks why Crimson gave him up, causing his many years of incarceration and torture. When she reveals that she never loved him, he goes nuclear mode. Starlight's upset that Huey knew all along about Butcher's plan to use Soulja Boy as a weapon and didn't think to tell her about it, and also because he's still taking Temp V. Huey urges her to see that this drastic measure is the only viable one against Homelander, but she's all mopey because she wants to take a less chaotic approach, or something. Who really cares? I don't know, as the show goes on I find myself caring less and less about the arguments these two keep getting into, and to be honest their relationship as a whole. If they split up, I don't think I would care. A-Train's trying to get a supe named Blue Hawk to own up to his racial discrimination, seeming to only target black neighbourhoods when fighting crime. He goes to a community hall and gives a half-hearted speech, and then tries to pay them off rather than offering any solutions. Naturally, the community call him out, and things get heated to the point where a huge fight breaks out, leading to A-Train's brother being paralysed. The boys visit an ex-employee of Vought, who goes by the nickname Legend. He used to be the hero manager, like Ashley was, but left for whatever reason to help the boys. A part of him doesn't want to be involved with Butcher again, because the last time he lost that certain part of him.
You can't trust a man like that. Everything and everyone he touches turns to shit.
He admits that Soulja Boy came to see him to pick up his old super suit. This Legend guy remains a part of this season, so we'll be seeing him again soon.
Супергазом, блять, самая лучшая серия пацанов. Я люблю ее больше, чем всех моих детей.
This is it. This is the best episode of The Boys. At the time of recording, Season 5 isn't out yet, but I still feel confident that this episode will go down in history as being the peak of this series. I don't want to call myself a wise wizard here, but I accurately foretold the future. I knew it would never get more peak than this. So while I'm at it, here are a few more things that are going to happen. The share values are going to go up for air conditioning companies in the UK. Logan Paul will one day own the WWE, and I'm going to hit 200k subs this year. That'd be nice, let's do that. The episode opens with a hilarious parody of that truly awful and out of touch cover of John Lennon's Imagine that we were subjected to during COVID, as if we weren't going through enough back then.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. Imagine there's no clouds.
We cut to Homelander freaking out about Soulja Boy being spotted on CCTV, not understanding how or why he's back on the scene.
It's impossible. He died like 40 years ago.
Someone's cosplaying?
Look at his face. It's him.
He demands that Ashley makes it her #1 priority to keep this news under wraps, as Soulja Boy used to be the biggest hero on the scene, which threatens Homelander's rule as king now he's back. He confides in Black Noir, seeing as how he was part of Payback, but he gives no indication to Homelander that he knows anything. But then when he gets into the elevator and rips out his tracking chip in front of a terrified employee, we suspect that he does know something.
Oh, thank you.
When Homelander finds out that Black Noir's gone missing, his heartbreak is hard to contain, feeling that he was the last good friend he had. While Soulja Boy enjoys some long overdue American comforts, like cheeseburgers, whiskey, and Jesus, the boys explain to him that despite all his powers, he lacks the understanding of modern technology, and without their help, he'll have a difficult time finding the rest of Payback. All they ask in return for their help is adding Homelander to his hit list. Soulja Boy is so comically behind on the times that he still thinks Bill Cosby is an American hero, and he recoils at the sight of seeing fathers taking on motherly duties.
Bill Cosby is America's dad, and I'll tell you one thing, he wouldn't be caught dead in that pussy gear.
Lot to unpack there.
Cos. That's a real man. Holy shit, did he make some strong drinks.
His levels of radiation increase with the frustration of feeling abandoned by his own people and country. Earlier on, there was an incident downtown where he exploded unexpectedly, and he mournfully expresses that he didn't mean to. Something just happened that triggered his powers, in a form of PTSD, but his mind is suppressing what that trigger is.
I blacked out. About 10 minutes. When I came to, the damage was done. I didn't mean to hurt those people. I'm not a bad guy.
A-Train is pissed that Vought aren't taking action against Blue Hawk, but then Ashley reminds him that Vought have already had to work tirelessly to cover up all the things that A-Train has done in the past, and it's kind of rich of him to ask for more. She demonstrates the amount of stress that he's putting her under.
Justice. Yeah. You want justice?
Yeah.
This is the first episode where we see Homelander talking to himself in the mirror, as a way to mentally process the idea of being dethroned by Soulja Boy. And from this conversation, we learn that he's done this since he was a child, to get through the traumatic moments.
When we were kids, alone in the bedroom, I got us through it, right?
Don't I always? Always.
A good reminder that Homelander isn't just a monster for no reason. He's been through hell in his life. Okay, here we go. The part of the episode we've all been waiting for. The TNT twins host an annual super referred to as Herogasm. The Deep is here by orders of Homelander, as Soldier Boy will likely be searching here for the twins. For this same reason, Milk and Starlight are the next ones to come knocking. Hilariously, MM comes face to face with the giant Wang again.
You seem familiar.
You're about to get familiar with these hands if you don't get this motherfucking love sausage away from my goddamn face.
When inside, it's like a prawn hub convention, which means there's not much of this I can show you. I'm gonna have to censor some of this, to avoid it being age restricted. Soldier Boy arrives at the party, and Huey teleports Starlight away to prevent her from getting hurt. She sees that his insecurities are coming through, about not being as strong as her, and feeling that he has to take this Temp V to be of value to her. Milk finds Soldier Boy and tries to take him out, but he's unaffected by his gas grenade. Butcher prevents Milk from trying anything further, knowing that it will only get him killed. But the way Milk sees it is that he's being prevented from getting his revenge. So he attacks Butcher with all his might. But Butcher's still doped up on V, so it's a wasted effort. Soldier Boy's trigger is a Russian song that he used to hear when being tortured. And hearing it again at this party means that everyone in this house is about to get fucked. Well, naturally the key characters survive this. As Blue Hawk flees the scene, A-Train snags him and makes him pay for what he did to his brother, turning him into a meat crayon against the road. A-Train has another heart attack for overexerting himself. And now we get the epic clash of Homelander v Soldier Boy, and then also Butcher.
What have you done? Scorched earth.
Honestly, I would love to show you the whole fight, because all of it is amazing. But in the spirit of recaps, we'll skip to the climax, where Homelander's pinned down and is about to be blasted by Soldier Boy's radiation, but his anger gives him a much needed surge of strength. The aftermath of Herogasm is perhaps the only evidence that Starlight can use to bring down Homelander's social media score, so she live streams all the victims and reveals the secret to the world that Soldier Boy is back and Homelander is the one trying to cover it up. She then declares that she's done being part of the Seven.
I'm not Starlight anymore. My name is Annie January, and I f***ing quit.
Kimiko is stuck in hospital worrying about Frenchie, but then she too gets kidnapped by Nina's guys. When she wakes up, she's tied up along with Frenchie and Cherie. Frenchie's then forced to decide which of his love interests is going to die, but then Kimiko breaks free with her powers slowly coming back. But as they're not fully back, she struggles in the fight. It's a brutal scene, especially when he's breaking all her ribs. Again, I can't show you too much of this, so we're skipping to the end. Nina escapes, but luckily Frenchie and Kimiko survive. And while recording this, I actually forget if Cherie survives. The answer to this is on screen now.
Психологическая травма, конечно, она повеселее, когда про нее рассказывают животные.
Vought are weaponised in the political divide between the left and right, attributing Starlight's behaviour to the oppressive left, who just hate the American dream and capitalism, and just want to bring Homelander and Vought down, and blah blah blah, you get the gist.
She is trying to incite a panic.
I wonder if Starlight's actions could be considered treason.
Me too.
One detail I forgot to mention is that Vault's hiding Queen Maeve, after Homelander literally sniffed out her boinking session with Butcher. Wow, Butcher's got quite the pungent stank if you can still smell him.
You really will do anything to hurt me, won't you? So, what are you and William cooking up?
So yeah, he knows that she was helping Butcher get the V. In this episode, we see that she's being held in a soup-resistant cell, and Homelander's pressing her for answers on what Butcher's up to. She immediately spots that he's wearing concealer to cover up the bruises from the fight, and she absolutely relishes in the moment.
This is still a top 3 day in my life. Because today is the day I saw you scared.
He warns Maeve that Soldier Boy can remove their powers. And she's like, well, I hope it happens to me, because unlike you, I don't need to be a soup. In the woods, Butcher and Huey are helping Soldier Boy find Mindstorm. As a funny detail, they're keeping Soldier Boy sedated on a constant supply of 420, just so he doesn't go into full meltdown again. They walk into one of Mindstorm's traps, allowing him to use his powers and get inside of Butcher's head, trapping his present self within the traumatic memories of his past self. Past self. Completely paralysed on the outside, unable to escape this hell, without Mindstorm breaking him out. His memory is the abuse that he and his brother used to face at the hands of their father. Then we see how Butcher's outbursts lead him to feel like he's becoming his father, and his present self pleads with his brother Lenny not to listen to the toxic words coming from his mouth.
You ought to take a page out of his book. You don't want to be a f***ing little for your life.
Don't you listen to him. Don't you listen to that worthless lump of shite.
Huey and Soldier Boy find where Mindstorm is hiding, but Huey teleports him back to Butcher before Soldier Boy can kill him. He begs for him to wake Butcher, and in exchange he'll teleport him far away to safety. In his final dream, he sees young Butcher leaving to join the army, believing that Dad will go softer on Lenny without brother Billy around to fight with. Lenny can't take it anymore, and says how this is Butcher's fault.
Because anyone who's ever loved you, you end up getting them killed, don't you? Me, Becca, now Huey.
No! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Sorry for what?
Damn, that was a real vulnerable moment for Butcher. Makes you really feel for him. Not to take away from the emotion of that whole sequence, but it was painfully obvious these boys aren't British.
For sake, Lenny, it ain't my job to look after you. Becca, now Huey, the last person in God's green earth trying to stop you from being a monster, and what do?
Before Huey has a chance to hold up his end of the deal, Soldier Boy returns and gouges out Mindstorm's eyeballs. Before finishing the job, he gives Mindstorm a chance to explain why his team and Vought did what they did to him. And the answer, which we don't get to hear, enrages Soldier Boy. Starlight calls to warn Butcher and Huey that taking Temp V has fatal effects after a few doses. But Butcher chooses not to tell Huey, seeing how close they are to taking out Homelander. Speaking of Homelander, he gets an unexpected call from Soldier Boy, who recalls a time when he spaffed into a test tube at Vought, and their scientists made a baby from it. That baby was born on the same day as Homelander.
Born spring, 1981. A boy. If they'd have just kept me around, I'd have let you take the spotlight. What father wouldn't want that for his son?
The most visually interesting part is Black Noir going back to his comfort place, where he hallucinates his cartoon pals, who helped him through the rough times when he was beaten by Soldier Boy. The story goes that Black Noir lost a movie role in Beverly Hills Cop, and he confronts Soldier Boy because he's to blame for it.
You're not good enough. Now shut your cockhole and get to work.
But where?
It gets really graphic, and I actually felt empathy for a cartoon pig after witnessing the savage beating it gets. We find out that Noir was a key person in the forced retirement of Soldier Boy. With baby Homelander on the scene, Vought wanted to use him as a fresh-faced and not so radioactive frontman. The fight to bring him down was incredibly tough, with Noir losing half his face and some brain matter. So many pixelated edits. Please, I beg of you, TV show, no more. I have enough work as it is.
You motherfucker.
There are many more things I'd love to talk about in this episode, but I've got to stay focused on recapping the main plot. I do want to cover this moment though. Milk's getting really annoyed at his daughter's stepdad for taking her to a Homelander rally. Stepdaddy then insults Milk, saying, well, someone has to be a present father in her life.
Marvin! Oh my god, Tom!
The stepdad is a giant weasel of a bloke, but he did have a point. On the flip side, taking your kids to a political rally is a trashy move. Let your kid make up their own mind when they're old enough. Okay, so as we've been talking about milk, let's cover this one last part, where Homelander's getting super paranoid about the return of Soldier Boy, and he seeks comfort by milking a cow and drinking its raw, warm milk. Victoria Newman ridicules him for being so out of control, and this causes him to lose his cool. But she says, wait, if you let me live, I'll give you this mysterious bit of paper, the contents of which may be revealed next episode.
Опа, Soldier Boy вернулся в Vought и без крови не обойдется.
Homelander finds Ryan's hideout with the information given by Newman's paper. He's not here to cause trouble, he says. He just wants Ryan to know that he will always love him, because he knows what it's like to be a kid with superpowers and feeling like it's your fault that people around you get hurt.
Nobody on this earth knows that better than me. That's why I'm always gonna love you. I'm not going anywhere. I will always be here.
Queen Maeve is being transported to a new prison, which is a terrible decision because she's easily able to break out. As they're breaking this news to Homelander, Black Noir suddenly walks into the room with a note that says, okay, let's kill Soldier Boy. But later that evening, Homelander has a very important question for him. Did he know that Soldier Boy was his dad the entire time? And his heart breaks in Noir's subtle nod.
Why didn't you tell me?
And so there we have it, the actual death of Black Noir. I don't recall how he recovered from the Almond Joy attack, but there's no way he's surviving this.
Don't worry, Irving. We are so proud of you.
The boys are reunited, but not in a nice way, as they argue about the consequences of Soldier Boy fighting Homelander at the top of Vought Towers. The collateral death of Vought employees and any civilians surrounding the building could be a catastrophic event. Maeve takes control and says, regardless of the countless lives that could be lost, this fight has to happen. Soldier Boy steps in to seal the deal and also to seal the naysayers into a vault. Starlight calls ahead to get the building evacuated, but Homelander says, nope, we're not afraid of the boys, and I'm calling all the shots now. His first demand is that Ashley takes off her wig. Oh man, how can you not feel awful for her? The naysayers break out of the vault and think about how to make more of the same knockout gas that subdued Soldier Boy. But the only lab in close proximity is located in Vought Tower. Butcher, Maeve and Soldier Boy find Homelander, where he tries to appeal to his fatherly instincts, bringing out Ryan to show that he has a family now. But instead of feeling warm fatherly vibes, he just feels disappointed.
Maybe if I'd raised you, I could have made you better. And not some weak, sniveling pussy, starved for attention. You're a disappointment.
Leave him alone!
Ryan attacks Soldier Boy and he claps back. A retaliation that doesn't sit well with either of the father figures in this room. Butcher tries to call Soldier Boy off the mission to protect Ryan's life, but Soldier Boy doesn't want to hear it.
Everything you wanted, he's right fucking there. And now you blink?
Stand down.
Fuck you.
Homelander isn't in the clear either, as Maeve has unfinished business. The two fights are equally fantastic, with Maeve losing an eye and then jamming a metal straw into Homelander's ear, and then in the other room, we've got Soldier Boy tearing shit up. He seems unstoppable, but then Huey sees him about to end Starlight and gets the idea to ramp up the power to all the lights, allowing her to maximise her powers to the point where she's elevating off the floor. Her ability does minimal damage to him, but it's enough to knock him back, allowing Milk to apply Frenchie's nerve gas.
You're just another racist piece of shit we can't seem to get rid of.
Oh yeah, I skipped over the scene where he was making the gas. It just really wasn't as exciting as what's going on here. Soldier Boy refuses to be subdued again and starts to go nuclear. Maeve sees what's about to happen, and so she makes the ultimate sacrifice. Ryan wants the fighting to stop and says he'll go with Homelander, half because he wants to and half because he knows this will stop Homelander going off the rails. Butcher feels like he's losing it all, including his own life, as the Temp V is starting to F with his body. Doctor says he only has a year left at most. Maeve is still alive, but her powers are gone. She says that she's going to run off with her girlfriend to go live on a farm and live happily ever after.
You're like a walking Hallmark card enough. Bye.
You know what, Maeve was never a top tier character for me, but I'm genuinely happy for her. This is a good ending to her story, if of course this is the end of her story. Before we wrap up, need to quickly mention that Deep and Cassandra broke up. She can't please him in the bedroom the same way that 8 legs of suction cups can. And it's quite poetic to see how his devotion to pleasing Homelander has made him incapable of being a decent partner to any human. And this reality hits home, seeing Cassandra bash him on a TV interview. Behind all the interesting soup drama, some boring political dramas have been in the works, where Victoria Newman has played her way into becoming Robert Singer's VP. And the boys all look at each other like, well damn, looks like we got a new target to take down in season 4. Last thing we see is Homelander revealing Ryan to the public, and the conservative crowd loves it. There is one liberal in the crowd though, and he throws something at Ryan. Instead of seeing him as a monster, the crowd goes wild, giving us this iconic moment. Now moving on to season 4 is where things get pretty hairy in the old quality departments. Promise me you'll hold on though, I'm gonna do my utmost to make it entertaining for you. If you found that to be the case so far, please do drop me a like, or comment with anything you have to say about the video. You know I'm bound to give you a heart.
Vought and Homelander aren't above the law. They can't just do whatever they want.
I feel like some reintroductions are needed, because for this season we have some near unrecognisable faces. The man previously known as Mother's Milk went from a husky big boy to looking like a substitute maths teacher. He shall now be called Lactose-Free Milk. No shade on the actor Laz Alonso, as losing weight is something to be celebrated. It's just a combination of weight loss and this new moustache. It makes for quite a drastic change. And any fun I poke at people in my videos, I hope you see them as the jokes they're intended to be. And with that in mind, let's talk about the ghoul. Starlight went from looking like a bright shining star to looking like a star that collapsed and died. So you shall now be called Neutron Star. After learning more about Graves' disease, I realised that it can have quite a rapid effect in how your face changes shape. So maybe what we're seeing here is less to do with the cosmetic surgery and more to do with her disease. So yeah, if that's the case, I do feel a bit bad about these jokes. And not that it's any of my business, but it is interesting to see that in season 5, suddenly the effects aren't that bad. So I don't really know what's going on here. But whatever the case may be, if you find yourself jumping to defend Erin Moriarty, ask yourself how upset you got when the internet were mocking Simon Cowell. I'm willing to bet that you weren't that vocal. Look, life sucks sometimes. Getting old, getting ill, getting ugly, it's all part of this fun ride. So while we're on this train, just try to have a laugh with each other. But with that elephant in the room acknowledged, let's get down to some juicy story. It's campaign night for Victoria Newman, and the boys are here working on a plan to take her out. Frenchie's working on some kind of acid, while Kimiko is scoping the building, disguised as a caterer. Huey's patching in the cameras, and Starlight's here to assist.
You helping? Or you just showing off?
Oh, for sure, both.
Let's just turn that light back off. Butcher's here too, but right now he's an absolute mess, throwing up next to a dumpster and hallucinating.
Oh, don't you start. I'm fine.
Charcuterie? Who are you talking to?
I ain't said a word.
Homelander's here to support Victoria Newman, but purely for the cameras. He's actually here to keep her in line. With her soon to be vice president, he's feeling a little threatened. Frenchie and Kimiko plant the acid in Newman's eye drops, but then her daughter walks into the room and immediately detects these sus activities. Remember when she got injected with V? Well, this is what she can do now.
We see nothing. Ça va?
quite an interesting scenario for a fight. Do you kill the child, or do you take the cowardly safe for TV route?
We need an exit now!
Yeah, I thought as much. Luckily, Neutron Star can fly now, much to my amusement live on Kick. Oh no. Oh, I need to get that exact frame. Just when she's in the lower frame, her eyes look so sunken yet so golden. It looked like a cursed skull from like a Indiana Jones film. Newman catches Huey in the spy van.
Gotcha, bitch!
Sensing this might be his only opportunity to use the acid weapon, he throws this toxic jar of piss in her face. But all it does is ruin her suit. She remains calm, knowing that whatever else they have to throw at her will have zero effect.
Or plan B.
How's it you guys are actually getting worse at your jobs?
Lactose-free Milk is now in charge of the boys, and Robert Singer's laying into him about last night's failure. Robert found out about Newman being a soup after he elected her as his VP, and now he's scared of making a move, for obvious head-popping reasons. As Butcher waits outside, an old acquaintance of his makes an appearance. And if you think I'm just going to lazily call him Negan, because that's the only character I can see when looking at Jeffrey Dean Morgan, you'll be 100% correct. Trust me, the actual character's name isn't going to matter by the end. He tells Butcher what he's been dying to hear, that this whole mission to take down Newman is eating up too many resources from their original goal of taking out Homelander, and he wants to get Butcher back to focusing on that, even if it means going against his team.
We need someone like you, Billy, before the supes start rounding us up and dumping us off in camps.
There's a meeting at Vought to discuss the candidates for a new member of the Seven. Black Noir just casually joining the meeting like we didn't see him die in the previous season. The episode isn't going to address it yet, but I'm going to right now. The original Black Noir is properly dead. This is no fake out this time. This guy right here is an imposter wearing Noir's suit, so that Vought can cover up his death. The soup candidate files are very fun to read into if you hit pause. Now this is my favourite. This is why I wanted to do a live reaction, because Dog Knot. He looks like a he looks like a cracked out John Wick. Strung out. Okay, let's see. Special skills. Canine telepath. Okay, you can talk to dogs. Wonderful. Night vision and hates firework. Hating something isn't a special skill. That's to your detriment as a skill. How is a negative trait a special skill? That doesn't help you. What the f is going on? I just can't get over Dog Knot. Why would you name yourself after the term for mating dogs?
Hold up. I thought he ate a dog.
He ate out a dog. It's a big difference.
Oh god, that's why. That's filthy, man. Unsurprisingly, they don't choose Dog Knot, as Homelander takes a keen interest in a soup called Sister Sage, the smartest person in the world. She proves her worth to Homelander by giving his character a Sherlock Holmes style breakdown, spotting the fact that he's covering up his grey hairs, and noticing that his body's showing other signs of aging, like having an enlarged prostate.
What? Look at your hands. You've been washing them more often, so likely you've been peeing more often, which makes sense. You got a lot of power, but you do age.
He asks her to consider joining the team, as with her superior intelligence, she can help Homelander with his schemes and remain on top. Her initial advice is to facilitate a war between the left and right, so that he can be a figurehead for the conservative crowd.
The people will tear it apart themselves. Then you get to swoop in, be the one saving it.
Lactose-free's ex, Monique, is asking him to go find her current partner, Todd, as he's been missing for a while. And as they ride in the van looking for him, Frenchie gets a text from a guy called Colin. Who the hell is Colin, you ask? Well, he's the new guy on the scene who's been flirting with Frenchie. And we might as well address the controversy here. Most casual viewers kind of forgot that Frenchie was shown as potentially not being straight, more prominently in this one scene here.
You are my Dorothy.
Guess you're a little gay.
And also suggested by a few lines of dialogue.
That's his f***ing dick. Don't be so close-minded.
I bet your buddy I will throw you. What's your thoughts about transgender strippers? Oh, shit.
To be honest, I don't blame those people for forgetting, as I too had kind of forgotten these moments, largely for the fact that he's primarily had his heart set on being with Kimiko. And up until now, over the course of many years, we have not once seen him interested in pursuing anyone else. Furthermore, no one in the audience knows who this Colin guy is. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the thing that should be the focus of our discontent. This sudden Colin love interest is frustrating for many people who were invested by the slow building romance between Frenchie and Kimiko. They're perfect for each other, both damaged but caring people who are misunderstood and outcasts of society. But no, the show wants us to believe that Colin is actually the one for Frenchie. Fuck off, Colin. And then Kimiko comes out with this BS, saying that, oh yeah, me and you, we were never gonna happen. I'm gonna pretend that we're nothing more than close friends.
To be clear, I love you, but you and I are not happening.
They spot Todd walking into a meet and greet with Homelander, along with some other diehard fans. Homelander says, okay, you guys love me, but now it's time to step it up a notch by becoming sacrificial martyrs. And these supes are here to assist you with that.
I want you to take these bats and beat these gentlemen to death.
They all think he's joking, but he's not. This is the first step in his new scheme, under the advice of Sister Sage.
I think maybe we should go.
It's a really messed up scene, and New Noir has something to say about it.
Yo, what the f***? That was so f***ed up, you guys.
This new Black Noir turns out to be a hilarious replacement. I'm really glad they made this choice.
You've got to be f***ing kidding me. Is Noir sleeping?
Oh, shit! Sorry, you guys, I'm narcoleptic.
Homeland is on trial for killing that liberal guy, along with some other naughty things he's done. But the verdict is in.
Not guilty!
Sage ignites a riot in the crowds, so that A-Train can sneak in the bodies that they beat to death, and make it look like the liberal crowd are to blame.
Violent attacks by Starlight supporters left 3 innocent patriots dead. Out of respect, we are gonna wait until...
A very clever scheme that to me shows a lot of promise for Sage's impact on the story. Well, anyway, let's wrap up this episode by mentioning one more scene. Huey's dad is in hospital with brain damage after suffering a stroke, and as Huey sits by his side, a familiar voice enters the room.
For what it's worth, I think he can.
Mom? You can't go around feeling bad about what you are because a few things break.
We open with another Vought movie. This one's about A-Train in his early days, being trained by coach Will Ferrell. It's corny as hell, and I love it.
Now please, it's me, Coach Brink. Come back with me.
A-Train feels completely disconnected because most of this story is being fabricated to appeal to Vaught's core demographic.
I'm not giving off too much of a blindside vibe, am I?
As if that's a bad thing?
Huey's mum is acting all casual about being back on the scene, which frustrates Huey. She then reveals that when she started getting back in touch with Huey's dad, he granted her power of attorney, so she's going to be sticking around and making his medical choices. What frustrates me about this is that so far she doesn't seem one bit interested in catching up with her long lost son.
You know Vought killed my girlfriend, right? I'm literally fighting them right now.
Think I have rosemary oil?
Is she heartless, a cunt, or a mix of the two? I really can't tell. Butcher reveals that the thing living in his brain is slowly killing him, so MM kicks him off the team for being a liability now. Butcher makes the valid point of saying that he's not dead yet, so he is still useful to the team. This conversation of course doesn't really matter, as he'll probably be back on the team by the end of the season. Oh, by the way, I'm going to stop calling them Lactose Free and Neutron Star. I've had my fill on those particular jokes. Sage is ruffling feathers at Vought, making a fool out of the yes-men who only want to please Homelander. And she points out how silly of an idea it is to give Ryan a matching supersuit to his dad. How's he meant to stand out as the prodigal son if he looks exactly the same?
The chosen one narrative only works if he stands alone. Harry Potter, Neo, Luke Skywalker.
One key moment for Sage is where she witnesses Ashley crapping on an idea that the Deep has about restoring his reputation, doing so in a disrespectful way. Sage questions why the Deep would let a regular human talk to him in this way. So the next time they're together, he flexes his fins to let her know that he's the real big fish in this pond.
I am the Lord of the Seven Seas. You talk to me like that again, and I will drown you in your f***ing toilet, you stupid bitch, after I've used it.
Ryan's getting a stage save, which of course requires some rehearsal from many paid actors and this very patient stunt coordinator named Coy. This make-believe acting is quite the alien activity for Ryan, so naturally his performance is quite wooden.
It's gonna be okay.
Do you promise?
I promise.
And I would feel more sorry for him, but during the live shoot, when Homelander encourages him to push Coy hard, he launches him into a building, killing him instantly. We barely got to know this Coy guy, but you can't help but feel saddened for him to die in such a shitty way to someone who ultimately will never have to face consequences.
It's okay, everyone. It's okay. Everything's under control.
Oh, would you look at that? Butcher's back. He found out about this convention where Sage is, here on a recruitment mission, looking for soldiers in this fabricated war against the woke Starlighters. Finding the ideal candidate for a spokesperson in this rising star within the conspiracy niche of YouTube. A very charismatic soup named Firecracker. Why do I find the word firecracker hard to say? A soup named Firecracker. Firecracker.
Firecracker!
Well, anyway,
Firecracker!
is incredibly hot, but she's also incredibly nuts. She's passionately aggressive in her talking points, and overly paranoid about the deep state government kidnapping and killing babies.
An order of a hot dog gets you a boy, a taco, a girl, a combo gets you a child they forced to have trans surgery, and a soda gets you a shot of adrenochrome.
So yeah, probably not a good thing to find her attractive, but still, goddamn. Okay, I need to cool my jets, and nothing could take the wind out of my sails, quite like this scene here. It's a human superpede of a guy who's cloned himself many times, so they can get a taste of each other's cuttlefish, while they're enjoying themselves looking at a picture of their favourite soup.
This isn't what it looks like!
For once, you can be thankful for YouTube censorship.
Oh, hi! It's my job to protect you from reality.
They listen in as Sage arranges a meeting with Firecracker. But she knew the boys were listening in, and this was her setting up a trap. She says go ahead, kill them for Homelander. But these clone guys have contracted pink eye from their sewer pipe sucking sesh, allowing the boys to make the first move. Their scuffle ends up in the middle of a Jewish wedding celebration, deeply disturbing the guests as the naked clones scrap with Milk and Frenchie. Butcher joins in and gets a few good knockouts before being dogpiled.
Get the boys out of here!
Say that again?
The boys are a team, so of course Butcher doesn't get left behind. Frenchie and Colin spent their first night together, but in the previous episode, when Frenchie was looking at a picture of Colin's deceased family, he realises this is the family that he killed on Nina's orders a long time ago. So now Frenchie is conflicted. Does he follow his heart and the season 4 script and keep being with Colin despite knowing what he now knows, or does he do the respectful thing and break it off? Huey finally lays into his mother for abandoning them and then just casually waltzing back in years later like she has any right to be here. But she is now showing some signs of remorse, so maybe there is more to her story that she's not yet revealing.
He's gonna turn on you. Everyone hates you.
As these title cards have hinted at, Homelander is drawing ever closer to snapping. His aging body, his struggles with identity, and needing to be worshipped, along with a growing feeling that everyone around him is just pretending to be on his side, rather than actually supporting his cause. He demonstrates this by commanding the Deep to go deep on A-Train, and because he's such an obedient dog, he puts his hair up in a figurative ponytail and kneels down to take one for the team.
I see you got the extra whipped cream in there, huh?
Yeah.
Yummers.
But thankfully, Homelander stops him.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Not one of you has the stomach to challenge anything I say. Oh my God.
To the figurative and literal left, he sees a crowd of inferior life forms booing him, having the absolute audacity to criticise a god. It's all bubbling under the surface. Even with Sage's plan rolling out, he's not too sure yet if he trusts the plan. The right-hand side of the crowd, who do support him, are getting fired up with his fighting talk against the liberal Starlighters.
They want to get rid of superheroes. They want to get rid of me.
Meanwhile, Butcher's discussing a plan with Negan to get Ryan away from Homelander, but they're conflicted about the right approach, with Butcher wanting to talk to him and convince him to stay clear of his dad. But Negan's feeling a more drastic style is needed. They need to forcibly reprogram him to be used as a weapon against Homelander. With Soldier Boy no longer around, he's their only viable chance. Butcher invites Ryan to play this knockoff Mortal Kombat / Injustice game, and the fake game borrows the animations, which I thought was a cool detail. But anyway, this was the only way Butcher was able to talk to him and convince him to come visit sometime. Ryan expresses to Butcher about his regrets in killing Coy. A good reminder for Butcher that this is just a kid who needs someone he can trust and rely on for support. So he chucks away the cookies he made that were laced with a knockout drug.
Them up. Put way too much sugar in them.
Homelander kicks Ashley out of the 7 meetings, as Sage is taking over her duties, effective immediately. She isn't fired as such, but she's no longer going to have a say in these high-level decisions. She's going to be more like a human mascot that the public can relate to.
Company still needs a figurehead like Ronald McDonald or Buster Beaver.
Oh, I'm a mascot.
Exactly. A mascot.
Recently, A-Train made a move to leak information to the boys, showing them that he still has an interest in taking down Vought, with the other motive of winning back his brother's love, who feels that A-Train is no longer a hero. Sage makes the team aware of this leak, vowing to find out who did it, and kicking Deep out of crime analytics for his failure in preventing the leak. Feeling sad, he goes back to his room and talks with his octopus girlfriend Ambrosius, voiced by Tilda Swinton.
You've been so distant lately, and we haven't been intimate in over a week.
It took me a while to realise that this is the same octopus that he was caught getting tangled with at Herogasm. She's having to be kept in this cupboard because he's not allowed to date anyone that isn't a human being, as it's not really a good look for the company. Ashley goes back to her room too, questioning her devotion to the company and also to Homelander, just to be cast aside like she's nothing. And she has an extremely gross but funny line about the consequences of neglecting her health to always being at their beck and call.
Countless UTIs, enough yeast infections to open a Panera.
That's nasty.
Shining Light, the Terrorbird cell that killed Kimiko's parents, have been spotted in a warehouse nearby, and she wants to go take them out so that she might be able to move past what they did to her when she was a kid. They prepare to attack, but Frenchie's acid's kicking in big time. Ever since realising who Colin's family were, he's been dosing up big time to cope with the guilt. So when Kimiko goes in for the kill, he doesn't see blood and guts, he sees bubbles and rubber duckies, which works for me, means I don't have to edit in so many pixels. We then see a mysterious new lady who appears to know Kimiko, but we don't find out who she is yet. The interrogation begins on the crime analytics team, and the very second this lady confesses to being in touch with Starlight, Homelander lasers her brains out. Sage can tell he's going to be difficult to work with while working her plan.
You don't think the next word out of her mouth might have been useful?
It turns out that Starlight and Firecracker have a pre-existing rivalry dating back many years, as Firecracker reminds her that they were competitors in child pageantry, where Starlight used to bully her for being fat and trashy, and also spreading rumours that she slept with the judges, which is just, Cleveland, fill in for me.
That's nasty.
Firecracker warns her that she'll expose her vindictive past and ruin her reputation.
Now I see a conniving little mean girl bitch in there. And when I'm done, the rest of the world's gonna see it too.
With some more leaked information from A-Train, Huey and MM take on the task of planting a bug to listen in on Newman's meeting. But they weren't expecting Homelander to be here, which is a real problem for Huey, who's hiding only about a metre away. So Homelander's heightened senses detect him in under a minute. Somehow, Huey manages to escape the building, and I really can't wrap my head around it. Homelander has the power to rip through these walls and bring down this entire building, so why doesn't he? Seems to me like he's holding back, only using his lasers. Turns out A-Train was the one who got him away, offering no immediate explanation as to why he's helping. But then again, we as the audience know why. Huey then calmly asks Mummy to explain why she ditched out all those years ago, and she explains that her postpartum depression was so severe and long-lasting that she almost took her own life. Not wanting Huey to be negatively affected by this, she chose to leave. Still think she could have been a bit happier to see him again, but maybe that's the guilt still playing on her mind. This next scene is what for me solidified Sage as the most interesting character this season. Don't worry, Firecracker, you're still going on the thumbnail. Mwah. The Deep has come to see Sage and lambast her about taking him off crime analytics. But something seems off about her. She's just laying there, eating a blooming onion from Outback, and she invites him to come watch Transformers 2. When he sees that she's chill and ready to get down for a good time, they get it on. But why is she behaving so out of character? Well, the camera pans back, revealing a bloodied lobotomy tool. The episode ends with Homelander losing his cool after finding out that Ryan was hanging out with Butcher. His cracking mental state is being mirrored by this mirror, as his various inside voices are telling him that in order to stop being so needy, he should go back to the place where he was mentally tormented and stripped of his humanity.
You need to go back to the start. You need to go home.
Yes! The opening of this episode is f***ing awesome. It's hard to keep up a fear factor for Homelander, as by this point, we all know what he's capable of. So whenever he just straight up lasers someone, it's hard to really feel it anymore. But this opening sequence hits different. He's coming down the elevator to this secluded laboratory, and as soon as the doors open, these scientists know they have no chance of escaping. They are absolutely cooked. This guy more so than the others. He ominously plays it cool at first, saying this is a happy reunion for all of these people who Homelander vividly remembers from his lengthy time being held captive here. Some of these faces are new, but they're likely just as bad. No doubt running some horrible tests on whichever soup they have next in line.
All right, everyone, dig in. Come on, don't be shy before it melts.
Butcher! What are you doing?
Homelander challenges this guy, Frank, to a game he used to play while running his tests on Homelander to see if his skin was capable of burning, increasing the temperature every time he scored a goal. Despite no physical damage being done during these tests, Homelander still recalls the mental damage. He orders Frank to get in the oven so that he can feel what he felt. The scientist in charge, Martin, pleads for this torment to end, but he knows he's powerless to stop it. And the nightmare is just beginning. He then forces Martin to J.O. in front of everyone he works with, as he used to laugh at Homelander for doing this when he was at his darkest and loneliest points, looking for some form of happiness.
And that would be the only time of day that I would feel anything good.
Pretty damn dark, isn't it? Darker still, Homelander says if he can't finish a job, he's going to make it so that he never gets to finish again.
Tell you what, I'll give you a little motivation. You get hard right now, or I'm gonna lazy your dick off. Okay? Yeah.
He gives it a good slapping around, but he just can't perform under the pressure, so he pays the ultimate price. Martin's boss, Barbara, arrives and wants to speak to Homelander in private, so they can settle this grievance. He says, okay, but we're going to talk in the same room where I was locked away in isolation, and she's going to understand why he referred to this room as the bad room. The results of this are shown in a very cool way, as the next time we cut back to this part of the story, Homelander is back in the elevator, absolutely drenched in blood, and when we cut to Barbara, we see that he left her alive, so she could bear witness to the brutal slaughter of her entire team. His smile at the end, giving us a brilliant cut to black. But we're not done with the episode yet. That was just the Homelander stuff. Firecracker's antagonising of Starlight continues, as she sets up a televised political rally across the street from her office. Butcher and MM threaten her that if she doesn't tell them what the plan is, Butcher's going to tweet out a police report showing that she had inappropriate relations with a 15-year-old boy. She plays it fairly smart by posting the tweet herself and using this as a chance to come clean live on TV, saying it was a moment of weakness, but then she found salvation, and Hail Mary, she was born again.
Now, I believe that our Lord Jesus Christ put that young man in my life
to lead me to the path of righteousness.
What a load of shit. There's no way this BS would fly if she wasn't a hot woman. But credit to her, this works, and the crowd cheers her on regardless. She then kicks things into fifth gear by uncovering a regretful secret about Starlight killing a guy when she was very young and still learning her powers. Then, just to kick her while she's down, she reveals that Starlight had an abortion, which is a complete violation of her medical privacy. Rightfully so, Starlight takes action, beating Firecracker into a bloody mess. Stops her before she kills her live on air, but the fire is already spreading across social media, and Sage delights in her plan going exactly as expected.
First pebble down the mountain.
With Huey's dad about to be taken off life support, Huey makes a desperate move by enlisting A-Train's help to sneak out a vial of V from Homelander's room. But when they meet, they get ambushed by Shining Light, where Huey and Kimiko end up fighting, and it's cool to see Huey actually fighting while not being juiced up by Temp V. He ends up winning this fight, but I can't really show you how. Kimiko beats the mysterious girl, but shows her mercy when she remembers her. This mysterious girl's background isn't super interesting to the main plot, so we're just gonna move along. I had to briefly cover Huey getting the V, so we could see this moment where he's about to give it to his dad, but then hesitates, knowing that saving him will turn him into a soup, where the consequences are impossible to predict. His mum still wants to save him, so while Huey's back is turned, she snuck out the V from his pocket and gave him the dose. Frenchie and Colin's relationship is no more when he finally confesses what he did. Colin beats him but allows him to live, because unlike Frenchie, he's no murderer. You know, Colin turned out to be an okay character, but on principle, I really struggled to care about him. He was an unnecessary disruption to the relationship with Kimiko. Alright, just 2 more points to cover. The first is Frenchie getting attacked by Ezekiel, but then Butcher comes in to assist. Ezekiel almost strangles the life from him, but then Butcher blacks out and awakes in the same room, completely saturated in blood and Ezekiel's entrails, with no recollection of how that happened. The second is that Sage tells the Deep how giving herself a lobotomy gives her temporary relief from being herself and able to enjoy life. And while she's not romantically interested in him, she is down for some fooling around after he scrapes at her brain and makes her temporarily stupid.
I have another flavor town for you.
And you looked through me like I wasn't even there!
It's an insignificant scene, but we gotta shout out this jab at the MCU, where Vought announced 19 phases of their VCU, with the crowd cheering on this idea like it's actually a good thing.
I love Disney so much.
Funny timing really, as IRL right now the MCU is in crisis, where even the good films that are coming out lack in any sort of real hype. I would like to talk about the MCU in full detail, covering every film as I like to do, but I'm just waiting for them to take a break when they finally tapped out this cow of its milk.
Which we'll be sharing with you all today in exhaustive detail.
Huey's dad is awake, and he can't believe that he was on the brink of death, as he feels completely fine. But when they come to check on him later, he's killed someone, and he has no idea how it happened. He's so lost that he doesn't even know his own son. And when he freaks out, we see that his ability is transferring through solid matter, a power he can't seem to control.
What's happening?
His mind has reverted back to the time when Huey's mum left, and his mind is now battling the confusion of what time he's actually in.
I did everything for you. And you looked through me like I wasn't even there!
Huey finally manages to convince him that he's his son, and the emotional breakdown is delivered so well. No, in fact, I'm going to say it's perfect. A perfect delivery by Simon Pegg.
Huey? Yeah. There's something wrong with me. I can't stop it. I don't know what to do.
Huey subdues him with whatever chemical, but this on the long term isn't going to solve the problem. His dad is in real trouble. Despite the V keeping him alive, the brain damage he suffered is too much, and the kind thing to do here is to put him to rest. Honestly a tough scene to watch, as Huey's dad was arguably the most innocent side character in this whole show. He didn't deserve such a miserable end. But you know what, Simon Pegg is such a massive comic book guy, he no doubt loved every minute of his character having superpowers for his final scenes here. Butcher gets some intel that some scientists have come up with a virus that can kill supes. Only problem is, Victoria Newman has stolen the formula, and there's only one man who would know where she's hiding it. That man is Stan Edgar. Using their contacts at the CIA, they grant him a presidential pardon so he can get out of jail and guide them to Newman's hideout. For all of my American friends out there, you might be confused by Butcher's comment here.
Got to hand it to him. Knows how to wear a whistle.
There's been many times throughout the show where he uses Cockney rhyming slang, which is already an alien language for anyone outside of London and Essex, let alone for you guys across the pond. Allow me to clarify this rhyming slang. Whistle and flute equals suit.
Got to hand it to him. Knows how to wear a whistle.
When they arrive, it appears that someone beat them to it. There's blood all up the walls, and the animal testing room, where the critters were given Temp V to see if the virus works, have pretty much all been set free. Newman rocks up and says, "Yo, what did you do with my scientist fella?" But they insist they had nothing to do with it, and their best course of action is to band together and go find him, as he will know if there's any virus left. They find one of the lab assistants has been gutted and turned into a chicken nest, and they realise they've just walked into a coop of V'd up chickens. I love this clip of them constantly shooting the chickens, but they're not even phased because they're bulletproof. They soon come to see it's not just the chickens, it's a whole farmyard of superpowered animals, and the flying vampire sheep make them flee back into the barn. It's incredibly goofy and full of logical inconsistencies, like the sheep having enough power to pick up a fully grown bull, but they're not strong enough to break a barnyard door. I suppose when you're dealing with flying vampire sheep, you're not really supposed to question things too much, just sit back and enjoy yourself, which I did. One of the funniest unintentional memes to come out of this is Butcher saying something near incomprehensible.
Well, you could have warned us your pal Samir was V'ing up a Kentucky Fried Massacre, couldn't ya?
They find the scientist fella, Samir, and argue about the various options of what to do now. But they need to quit bickering, because the sheep realise they can open doors now. Luckily, the V in their blood becomes too much for their systems to handle, so they all collapse and die. They regroup, but Butcher and Samir are nowhere in sight, only his leg. Butcher comes back later that night, as he's the reason Samir never came back, and saying he'll let him live in exchange for a new batch of virus. Last detail to mention is that Frenchie hands himself into the police, confessing to being a murderer, his way of repenting for the whole Collins situation, and he does so without telling the boys.
I am inside of you. I am you.
Samir protests that Butcher is demanding the impossible. He can't recreate this virus within a week, while also recovering from a hacked off leg. Furthermore, to make a dose strong enough to infect Homelander would also make it chemically unstable, and would likely become an airborne virus, causing a global pandemic that would kill every soap in existence, including the one Butcher cares about the most. Negan reminds him that killing all supes was his mission at the very start. This conflict of interest starts an argument between Negan and Becca, which confuses Butcher because he knows that Becca is imaginary, leading him to the realization that they're both imaginary.
The real Joe Kessler? He's dead in the Pangier Valley, mother. You never dragged me out, you left me to die.
I'll be back at the head of the table in no time.
These voices conjured up by the parasite in his brain. It's been guiding his actions and protecting him when attacked, just like with Ezekiel. Poor Samir looks extremely freaked out by his one-way conversation.
What's that supposed to mean? You're me.
A character we haven't talked about yet is Tech Knight, a supe with the power of heightened senses, but mostly his power comes from having a crap ton of money. He made a deal with Homelander and Sage, where they can use his chain of prisons to hold any supes that rebel against their plans. The boys don't know this yet. All they know is that they need to infiltrate his party tonight to gather intel on this plan. Of course, they can't just waltz in as they are. Someone's gonna have to go in wearing a disguise. But whose disguise?
Webweaver?
It's an extremely gross soup named Webweaver.
Yo, I'm pretty up. No cap.
At first, it seems kind of odd that this kind of low-life dropout would be invited to a high-class party, but we soon find out why. Tricks him into receiving some knockout drug so they can steal his suit. Huey, being a similar age and build, is selected as the infiltrator wearing the sweaty Spidey suit.
It smells like ass sweat and broken dreams in here.
And we find out the reason why Webweaver was invited here. It's to be on the receiving end of some, gotta be careful how I say this, B, D Reynolds, the letter S, and M for more pixels please. I really can't risk showing you any of this, and I'm sure that even describing it would land me in the yellow zone. Let's just say that Ashley gets involved, and she gets very excited when making men writhe in pain. And poor Huey had no idea what he was signing up for. But he knows that if his cover gets blown, he'll be worse than tortured, he'll be dead. Meanwhile, upstairs, the others sneak their way in to find the basement door. They run into Sage, who attempts to run away, so guns her down. The stress of this standoff proves too much for him, and he collapses with a heart attack. There's a ridiculous moment where Kimiko has to use book covers to communicate with A-Train, asking him for help, and she somehow finds a book called For the Sake of His Daughter. That's a stupid level of fortunate. She was so close to finding the book called Please Help Me A-Train, my friend Mother's Milk has just had a heart attack. Downstairs, Homelander takes charge on proposing a new world order where they overthrow the liberal government. But these big business people remind him that doing so isn't so simple. He was relying on Sage to support his speech, but she got lobotomized by the bullet. With her experience in politics, Newman steps in to assist.
But the founders never trusted the masses because the truth is the masses are fucking stupid. Anyone who owns a live, laugh, love mug shouldn't have a say in how a country is run.
I absolutely love Sage nodding along with that big goofy smile. When they eventually rescue Huey, they torture Tech Knight in a way that he doesn't take pleasure in, by sending his millions to various liberal charities.
And 65 million to the Innocence Project.
And when they threaten to send money to BOM, he can take no more, and confesses to the prison deal. Surprisingly, his butler kills him for being a degenerate who put him through hell, cleaning up his various fluids down here. Lastly, Firecracker tells Homelander that she saw the boys at the party. He finds it suspicious that she didn't try harder to stop them, but she reminds him that she is completely devoted to him and would do anything to thank him for changing her life. One way she knew how to thank him was by taking supplements that makes her produce breast milk. That look on his face, that's thumbnail material right there.
When you see something, say something, report that groomer when he comes for you.
Vought are filming a kids show, with puppets singing about leftists being diddlers and such. Ryan has the good senses to call a timeout before actually dying of cringe. Granted, it's a catchy song.
It's the woke principal and his husband Chad, or could be your uncle who says soups are bad.
But it's another example of the show's writers attempting satire. But I can't imagine either side watching this and not rolling their eyes.
Lyrics were approved by your dad, personally, so...
Homelander is still on the hunt for the person who leaked information to the boys, and is disappointed that Sage didn't spot who was planting the bugs at Tech Knight's mansion.
They won't go public with the information.
And why not?
Because it would short-circuit everything they really want, which is to quietly take out Newman, once and for all.
Now, for this next scene, we need to pay close attention to how long Ambrosius is out of her tank, and still breathing. Without factoring in the time that wasn't shown in the cut, she was out of her tank for roughly 1 minute. And I'd venture a guess that as they're reading the book together, she was actually out for much longer than shown. Why is this important? Well, just you wait. Butcher reveals what he's doing to Samir to get the virus, and tells them all of the potential pandemic that it might cause if successful. So he's got Frenchie out of jail to see if he can help make it stable, and he's really not happy about being out of jail.
I'd rather a jar of fishing lures than to be free.
Oh, cool. Cool.
With MM's health scare, he makes Butcher leader of the gang. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. How long until they go back on this?
You don't got to do this.
Yeah, he does. This is good for us.
You can't. Things are bad already without this asshole back.
what I gotta deal with.
Using another leak from A-Train, they track down one of Sage's contacts, who is going to be the shooter, targeting President Singer. They hear a noise from a cupboard, and find a terrified woman, who's all distressed and beaten up. But while their guard is down, she makes a break for it. And on the way out, we see her peeling off her own skin, and taking on the image of a lady she passed in the hall. So yeah, we got a shapeshifter, and I'm quite excited to see what challenges this creates. Homelander's holding Webweaver in a cell for making these secret deals with the boys. He insists that he was being manipulated, but Homelander's getting tired of his excuses, and tired of him constantly shooting sticky webs onto the floor beneath him.
I'm sorry.
And so he literally tears him apart. Okay, back to the Deep and Ambrosius. She knows about him cheating on her with Sage, and tells him not to be so foolish in believing that she actually cares. She's using him, and he's too stupid to see it. He doesn't take too kindly to being called stupid, so he smashes her tank. Not a problem, right? She can breathe outside of her tank, right? Well...
I can't breathe.
The Deep and New Noir pay the boys a visit to shut them down for good. And if you're wondering why Homelander wouldn't just come and do this himself, ensuring the job actually gets done, it's because Sage told him not to risk his public image when the task of killing Butcher is already being done by his brain tumour. They get into a scrap, and A-Train gets involved too, with the Deep feeling very betrayed.
It was you, bro?
Deep, just FYI, I have always hated your ass.
It's a fun fight scene, but inconsequential as no one dies. Well, I suppose there will be a consequence later, when the Deep reports back about A-Train being the leak. So yeah, that's another supposed friend that Homelander finds out is a turncoat. He sees this as yet another failure for Sage, in not finding out first about A-Train, but she reveals that she did know, and him leaking the information was part of her plan. This isn't good enough for Homelander, annoyed that she withheld this from him.
You promised me you would listen to me.
You're lucky I'm not sending you home in a bucket.
After working hard on the virus, Samir manages to come up with a dose, and he uses this to create a distraction by stabbing it into Kimiko's leg.
No.
It's okay. It's okay.
Frenchie jumps into action, sawing it off, to stop the virus spreading, and they put her leg on ice to try and preserve the virus. Problem is, the virus is now weakened, so using it against Homelander is a no-go, but they might still be able to use it on Victoria Newman. Not sure I understand how it's different for her, but let's roll with it. Ryan refuses to do the reshoot for the very lame puppet show, as just like these puppets, he feels like they're going to turn him into a politically pandering mouthpiece. He just wants a normal life.
Your family isn't your enemy. Your family's all you've got. I've been thinking about my mom a lot lately.
Homelander is deeply disappointed, but Butcher right now is loving life. His deteriorating brain, however, isn't loving life. The episode ends with Starlight dressing up for Huey in an attempt to bring back their spark, a move which seems a bit out of character, as for once she's actually being nice to him. But the real reason this doesn't seem like Starlight is because it's not Starlight. The shapeshifter has locked away the real one somewhere secret.
A new age of superheroes begins.
The published title for this finale is simply Season 4 Finale. They changed it because the episode air date was only a few days after the assassination attempt on Trump. So maybe the execs didn't want to be accused of being insensitive, or maybe even being supportive of the attempt at his life. It's a reasonable course correction, but it is funny to me that this show is all about taking jabs at politics, with more of a lean on mocking conservatives. But the second they have a chance to make a real jab, they chicken out. And it reminds me of Mag playing both sides.
I'm playing both sides so that I always come out on top.
Robert Singer is pushing his anti-soup agenda, so naturally Victoria Newman's going to feel pushed into taking some head-popping action. And the boys better hurry up on making that virus.
Frenchie, tell me you got something.
No. Do you want to try this instead of me? I'm working as fast as I can.
Not fast enough.
Continuing her disguise, the shapeshifter. Wait, does she have a name? Oh, she's actually called the Shifter. What a boring name. I'm giving her the new name of Skinny. Skinny proposes to Huey, and he says yes, because he's loving her recent upbeat attitude. Their renewed mating life is making him a little suspicious. He knows she's not Annie, he just can't prove it. Homelander finds a framed picture of Butcher and Becca stashed away in Ryan's backpack, and he demands answers. But Ryan is now at the point of no longer fearing Daddy.
Ryan? Ryan!
I've got the feeling we're going to see these two throw down in the final season. It makes sense, right? I would like to say it happens in this finale, but unfortunately no. In the meantime, he visits Butcher in hospital, who's asking him to consider rising up against his own father. As much as he understands how evil Dad is, he's not really happy at the idea of being used as a weapon to destroy him, and he's becoming suspicious that they intend to trap him in here. Grace Mallory commands him to cooperate, and in response he pushes her super hard into a wall, killing her instantly. The scenes of Skinny mocking Starlight while she's in chains is damn entertaining, as it's so refreshing to see Erin Moriarty flexing her acting skills.
I proposed to Huey this morning. I even told him the story about your great-grandparents. And then we f***ed to celebrate. And we did butt stuff. He was so into it.
Word gets out to the president that someone is going to make an attempt at his life. And while they're all in the president's bunker, Huey realises that Starlight is being replicated by Skinny.
Sir, this way!
As well as having the ability to take on other people's image, she also has the standard powers of being extremely strong, so she makes short work of most of the humans in this room. But then in comes the real Starlight, who with a great deal of pain was able to slip through her binds. And so the two Starlights face down. It's played as all dramatic and important, but to be honest, I didn't really find myself caring, as it's always obvious who's going to win.
But I do know that I'm the bitch beating your ass.
She then proceeds to lay into Huey because it wasn't really her he was boinking and also got engaged to, insisting that he should have been able to tell, especially because the real Annie has been suffering with depression and therefore hasn't been in the mood to be intimate. So yeah, maybe he should have cottoned onto it, but I don't think he deserves this much anger.
God, I was gone for 10 days!
She almost always initiated, and again, I cannot overstate this enough. I thought it was you!
For all he knew, she was just having a few good days, where the depression has subsided for a while. Depression doesn't mean you're in a bad mood all the time. Trust me on that one. Newman calls Huey to basically surrender. She can see this situation is only going to get the people she cares about killed, so she wants out. She comes in to agree terms and call a truce, but then Butcher comes in with terms of his own. The boys live and she dies, and we finally see his tumour come out to play. These gross, hellish tentacles wrapping around Newman and tearing her apart like a Christmas cracker. Naturally, the others are pretty damn pissed, but they know if they attack Butcher, his self-defense system will kick in. He warns them to get out of the game now, as next season, things are going to get pretty ugly. Going back a little, Homelander's telling the Inner Circle about the assassination attempt that will be happening today, and they need to wipe out anyone in the company who knows their dirty secrets. Ashley overhears her name being added to the list, which really should be of no surprise to her. She knows basically all of the company's dirt. She rushes to Homelander's room and injects herself with V, knowing this will be her only chance of survival. A desperate last resort, which makes her body convulse and morph in a really gross looking way. We won't get to see what power she has until the final season. When Homelander hears the news of Victoria Newman being killed, he believes that his grand plan has failed. But then Sage comes in and says nope, the plan went exactly how it needed to, even when things appear to be going wrong, with the end result being that a recording has surfaced where Robert Singer can be heard giving a command to take out Newman.
If you'd killed Newman like I ordered, we wouldn't be stuck 4 stories underground playing pocket pool.
Sage then passes Homelander the phone and says you're on the line with the new president, who is making you the new captain of a task force where they're going to capture the rebellious Starlighters. As the episode is wrapping up, we see the boys being captured by some supes we've seen before, and some that you'll only know if you've seen the spin-off Gen V. If you want to know what happens in that show, I've got you covered there too. Kimiko, freaking out, finally finds her voice to kind of have a Caesar moment. No! And the final detail we see is the new president revealing that Soldier Boy wasn't killed. Well, that seals it. The last season's gonna be spicy. I hope. Oh, and we can't forget, Frenchie and Kimiko make up and kiss again. But this time it feels more of a certainty that they're going to be a couple, in a kind of lovers behind bars situation. I've decided to write this intro the evening before the finale comes out, because I want to start off on a positive note, before likely being animalistic with rage about what's to come tomorrow. Usually it's not a good sign when the showrunner starts fighting with the fans, instead of advising them just to be patient and reassuring them that the end will be worth the wait. Despite this, I remain a heavily invested fanboy, so I'm at least going to go in with excitement, if not high expectations. Insert a clip here that either validates my concerns or proves me wrong. Oh my god. Man, what do you think? Are you happy?
Yeah, I mean, this.
Well, that was sure a telling clip, and I think it's time we crack on with this last ever recap of The Boys.
Scorched earth.
Homelander is landing in his home of superfans/shareholders. But there's trouble brewing backstage, with a whole bunch of firecrackers, but no one's noticed the imposter, Starlight. Their biggest op with a very recognisable face somehow slipped past their security. Luckily Black Noir noticed, and the two begin scrapping, but he's not able to stop the uplink in time as they leak the Flight 37 disaster footage.
You stay the back or I'll laser you, goddammit! I'll laser every one of you!
Right away, Homelander's crew get to spreading the word that the video is AI propaganda made as an attack by the Starlighters, shortly followed by a fake TikTok where they've made a fun remix of his chilling speech to downplay the severity of it and make it into a joke.
Stay back or I'll laser every one of you!
Now, one thing that can never be taken away from this show is the impact it's had on real-life social media, with people on TikTok role-playing like they're in-universe being outraged by the Starlighters, and Vought International having a YouTube channel where they're uploading what feels legit videos.
Isn't oil bad for the environment? No! Oil is all natural and organic. It comes from the earth.
This level of extra effort really deserves to be commended. Even if the core product isn't that great, it's still something that the fans appreciate. Ashley's now the vice president, and that's cool and everything, but I was kinda hoping we'd see what happened immediately after her last scene, where her brain is convulsing as she's turning into a soup. I want to see her reaction to that. I want to see Homelander's reaction to that. We shouldn't really be skipping past it, but here we are. She too is running defense for Homelander and denying the existence of camps, where rebellious Starlighters are absolutely not being held captive. Interestingly, the show's mentioning the characters and events of Gen V.
You're not distracted at all after Thomas Godolkin dumped you?
Which is a necessary move, considering what happened and who we meet in that spin-off. But I am wondering, again before having seen the finale, how they're going to intertwine these stories without confusing the people who didn't check out Gen V, which is a considerable chunk of the fanbase. Anyway, we get some highly memed dialogue where Homelander's feelings are getting hurt about the public not entirely loving him.
Have you seen the memes? Have you seen the memes about me?
He orders a whoopsie-doopsie leak of their plans to execute Huey, MM and Frenchie, so it lures out the more powerful members of their team for Homelander to eliminate. We then cut to the camps that definitely don't exist and are clearly AI generated. We see that the luxury hotel guests are being indoctrinated to love Homelander and all things Vought. You gotta admit the drip's going hard. If they sold this tracksuit on the official store, I'd be the first one buying it. MM right now isn't feeling himself, doing out of character things like taking part in fight clubs and not really caring for the news about the Flight 37 leak. But then his soul gets a small flame reignited, seeing that Love Sausage is a guard here, beating down some poor soul with his meat whip. We get a scene where Butcher returns home, as he found out that his mother died and wasn't invited to the funeral. With his dad now also on death's door with cancer, he pleads with Butcher to leave him be, as what's the point in seeking vengeance now? But Butcher's not interested in changing course now.
You ain't gonna change nothing. Who says I wanna change?
He then flies to the Philippines to get Kimiko back on the team, as Frenchie needs her. Now, Season 5 Kimiko created a very strong response from the fanbase when hearing that she can talk now. It should be a good thing, as it's been a weakness of hers not being able to communicate on the same level as the others. So we should be happy for her growth, right?
Speech therapy and therapy and so much TikTok.
Oh no. Oh god no, what have you done? You've turned Kimiko into another Gen V, apathetic teenager, which isn't even how teenagers talk. It's like a Gen X's idea of what a teenager sounds like.
Gotcha, Ernest o'clock. Well, myself right out. That took a hot minute to regrow. They found my asshole like a mile away.
Like the better with a mouth shut.
As they're prepping to break their friends out of the camp, the captured friends are making their own escape plans, after receiving word of their impending execution. Butcher's side of the plan is to recruit the help of a new soup named a Worm. Personally, I would have gone with Mole, due to his build and poor eyesight. But he does eat dirt, so maybe Worm's better. Anyway, Butcher's recruiting him to dig a tunnel, as he too has a reason to stick it to Vought for firing him.
It's not my fault there was a contraction in the TV business. I don't even work there anymore. Vought Studios replaced all their writers with AI.
In a televised interview, we meet Ashley's new boyfriend and fellow soup called O Father, which is a very goofy sounding name for me to have to read out several times. But fortunately, he is quite a cool character. He's very charismatic, and he's going to become a big part of the show, with Season 5's religious angle.
It was like the Lord smiled upon us.
When Huey walks back to his bunk, he has a very surprising visit from Homelander, who knows exactly what he's up to. Huey says, "Why not kill me right here and now?" But Homelander says, "Nah, I'm waiting for Butcher and Starlight to resurface, and I'm going to wait right here until they do." And well, he's not going to be waiting long, as Worm is about to eat his way into the camp, which is a very gross but funny scene, where he immediately excretes all the dirt he's eating. Typical toilet humour from the show, but sometimes it works for me. They find the prison buddies all tied up and gagged, but he needs to gag one more.
Suck my fat dick.
Thank you, Homelander. Starlight blinds the entire camp to give the boys some cover to escape. But before he leaves, sees one person he's got to deal with. For obvious reasons, I can't really show this fight, but it needed to be mentioned to let you know that this is where Love Sausage dies. Homelander catches Huey to draw out Butcher, and he begins to laser Huey's face. But then A-Train comes along and goes into the flash mode to grab Huey out of the way.
Bullshit. Derivative.
Big mistake on his part, as now Homelander is going to relentlessly chase him down. We get a kind of on-the-nose bit of poetry here, but I do still like it, as we see A-Train throwing himself off track to avoid killing this girl, who bears a striking resemblance to Robin. So it's cool to see this redemption, where he doesn't want to repeat his past mistakes, even if it means putting himself in grave danger. He gives some smack talk to bruise Homelander's ego, and to not show him any fear in his final moments.
Take away these powers. And what are you, huh? Pathetic.
But this is the end of the line for A-Train. We did at least get a scene with him earlier, showing how his family are quite proud of him now, as he's been working so hard to keep them protected and living far away from Homelander's detection, making up for his shitty behaviour in the past.
I'm still breathing, ain't I? Yeah, moving around constantly. This is a pain in the ass. But it's worth it. It's good to see you like this.
This was the right time to end his story, and I'm satisfied with how it was handled.
Shock and awe.
It's A-Train's funeral, and they're pinning the blame on Starlighters with a well-delivered sermon by O-Father, where he gets so passionate that we see his powers shine through. Notice that Homelander's mental state is still cracking. Yes, we're still waiting for his big crash out. Any moment now it's gonna happen. It's the last season, it has to. And in this sermon, he's starting to imagine that he has a higher calling, so his eventual crash out could be on a biblical scale. Realising that he's lost another person who he once relied on, he unfreezes Soldier Boy, who upon waking notes how weird it is that his own son got him naked to change him into some Homelander brand clothes. And he also wonders why his mouth is salty.
Did you f me?
What?
Is this some kind of incest thing?
No.
He offers Daddy a trade. Track down Butcher and bring him to me, and I'll convince the world that you're not a communist. Butcher reveals that he's been working on a virus with Samir. And as a small side note, the radio in this makeshift lab is playing Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba, a stupid name for a not stupid song. And it's one that I'm glad I rediscovered, as it really picks you up when you're not feeling motivated. Maybe a video that you worked really hard on didn't do the numbers you were hoping for. But this song reminds you that so long as you have passion in your heart, there's always next time. The concern about this virus is still present, in that they don't know exactly how viral it is. Will it kill every soup, or just the ones in the immediate area? Butcher doesn't care one way or another, so long as it completes his mission. For a test subject, they have their eyes set on a soup called Rock Hard, who's basically a mountain that, despite his lack of mobility, is as strong as Homelander. With his cultivated mass, Rock Hard has to be tested where he's staying, in the Teenage Kicks house, a social media team of whoever's hot right now among the teenager demographic. Sheline, the human cat, Countess Crow, whose name speaks for itself, and Jetstreak, who we'll be meeting soon. Crow made the terrible mistake of staying home today.
You dare enter my dark domain? I am Countess Crow.
So she gets to be a test subject too. With Rockhard being able to hold his breath for as long as he wants, the team are trying their best to crack into his skin, while Butcher, Huey and Kimiko are en route, carefully transporting the virus. Then Soldier Boy wrecks their car.
Hurry, the vial!
It's good.
But Butcher sees this meeting as a win-win, as they now have a top-tier soup, who they can test the virus on. Soldier Boy goes to nuke him, but then Butcher launches a car at him, buying them some time to regroup, as Soldier Boy regroups with Teenage Kicks.
You're a dead socialist.
We get a couple of entertaining fights, as they try to get back with the virus, where we see that Jetstream is basically a human fighter jet, and he takes Huey to a crazy height to drop him, before being saved by Starlight, who apparently no longer needs her hands for propulsion. I don't care enough to unpack that. Kimiko fights with Sheline, and it's nothing too special, but we do of course have this moment where she coughs out a hairball. She gets knocked out instead of killed, so we'll be seeing her again. They make it down to the basement with the virus, but Soldier Boy has Huey, believing he just foiled their plans. But unbeknownst to him, Frenchie lifted the virus, and within a matter of seconds, we say goodbye to Rockhard, Jetstream, and more importantly, Soldier Boy. Homelander is mega mad, and doesn't have any time for the deep jokes.
It's more like Soldier Doy, am I right?
Leave. This should have been you.
As he mourns over his father's loss, and walks away with his tail between his legs, we get this great twist. Holy hell, I loved this ending. The other reveal we're seeing that Ashley's new power is the ability to read minds, using a messed up looking conjoined Ashley face on the back of her head.
Do I get laser eyes? No, I get a psychic tumor. From back here I see a spine. Use it.
I thought the fan theory of the Medusa hairs was a smarter idea, as it ties into her previous weakness of having damaged hair. The other purpose of Brain Ashley is that she wants to remind Base Ashley that she once believed in being good and making the world a better place, but she's allowed greed and corporate ambition to lead her astray.
You can still do some good, Ashley. We can still do some good. Just shut up!
Blood and bone.
Some military guys are searching this house in Russia, as this is where Ryan, has been hiding, and he intends on remaining hidden.
Please. I have family. I love Imagine Dragons.
I'm sorry. No one can know I was here.
Soldier Boy is welcomed into the Seven, a joyous occasion for all. But once again, Homelander's mind is slipping away.
My boy. My poor, sweet boy.
The boys' minds are in panic mode, as Samir realises that Soldier Boy is one of the rare supes with V1 in his bloodstream. As the name would suggest, V1 was the first iteration of Compound V that was only given to a handful of supes, and Samir made the virus they just used without factoring in the molecular structure of V1, as he believed all those supes to be dead now. This information also comes to light for the Seven, and both teams realise that in order to survive, they need to be the first ones to find the remaining V1. Soldier Boy is kind of pissed at Homelander, believing that he knew about the virus and sent him there to see if he would die. Now that Soldier Boy is returned alive and well, he relishes in the idea that he will live forever, and Homelander is in danger of having his powers stripped away.
Look at you. Just the softest, wettest boy.
The boys get to Stan Edgar's bunker, knowing that they would bump into him, as Starlight spoke with Marie Monroe off camera and set up this encounter. One of the few scenes where having the experience of watching Gen V actually helps you, as you'd understand what exactly is Stan Edgar's bunker, who else is taking shelter here, and more importantly, who the hell is Marie Monroe. I really want to start popping off about this, but it's just not the time for it yet. Stan is with Victoria Newman's daughter Zoe, so this is why the boys left Butcher behind, knowing that she's a little mad at him for splitting her mum like a chicken wing. Knowing what's at stake here, Stan agrees to help them find the V1, inviting them into the bunker so they can make their plans. We get this fun interaction where Huey meets Maverick, Translucent's son. Stan giving Huey this look as if to say you owe me for lying to him about who killed his dad.
Homelander killed my dad.
Wow, Homelander. Oh, God,
While Homelander is reeling over his father's insults, he begins to hallucinate Madeline Stillwell as some kind of angel, and she convinces him that he's meant for greater things, to be the next Jesus, who saves way more people than he ever did. The show's words, not mine.
And why should he have more love than you? You save more people than he does.
We then get this hilarious moment where Homelander's basking in the glory of her bosom. Legit every man's first reaction when seeing Bobs. It turns out that Zoe and Ryan kept in touch, and we were supposed to get some scenes where it established them as being friends, but for whatever reason that got scrapped. She wants Ryan to kill Butcher, but he says no, that's a reckless move.
Look what he did to your mom.
That's the point.
He's not worth it.
Ryan.
It's not worth you getting hurt.
It's useful to see that Ryan knows about what Butcher did, as it's going to play into the end of the show. Speaking of Butcher, he was hiding in the bush, and he urges them to put their differences aside and focus on their main goal of taking out Homelander, who right now is bathing in a tub full of breast milk. Not important to mention, just disgustingly amusing.
Breast milk from the NICU at Mount Sinai.
So what, you asked me up here so I could watch you swim in tit jizz?
One thing I haven't mentioned yet is that Deep and Black Noir have become bros, hosting a Manosphere-style podcast. Full episode on the Vought channel. Go check it out, it's very funny.
Nothing makes me happier than seeing a powerful woman crash and burn.
Right now, they're en route to find Stan, joined by Dognot and Cindy. She doesn't have a soup name for some reason. They find the bunker but have trouble breaking down the door, so the boys have some time to strategize. Zoe finds her dad, Samir, and after learning what Butcher did to Victoria, they begin trashing the lab, no longer wanting anything to do with this plan. Kimiko urges them to get out now before they get hurt.
She tried to kill us both.
She should grow up like a kid, not like us. Go.
One of the funniest scenes is Soldier Boy and Firecracker flirting using gun talk.
Well, mine's a much longer barrel. Battle-proven, all-American Colt 1911. That'll blow your fucking panties off.
And this of course leads to them boinking, and they bond over their shared experience in dealing with Homelander's insanity. Dognot catches Maverick trying to pull a sneak attack, and when the Deep reveals that it was Huey who killed his dad, he willingly gives them the bunker code. Stan believes that he's about to get away, but Noir snags him. The Deep, desperately needing Homelander's approval, knocks out Noir so that he can take the credit.
Sorry, bro. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Cindy attempts to kill Huey, but didn't see that Maverick's here too, who she accidentally explodes instead. And then Starlight breaks Cindy's neck. The final fight is between Homelander and Ryan, where Ryan finally confronts him about what he did to Mummy.
Ever? Did you do it? Did you rape my mom?
What? Of course not. Two
Your
adults.
heart's racing.
Well, yeah, because I'm shocked.
Leading to some punches, some lasers, and Homelander beating his own son into submission. A surreal but ultimately weightless fight, as Ryan survives it. The episode ends with Homelander being delighted that Stan is now under his control, and he embraces him like Stan's his child. It's super weird, but appropriate for this stage of his derangement.
We have much to discuss. In the end.
Homelander can smell his father's musk all over Firecracker's body, but he's gonna let the fact they're boinking slide. Or is he? Well, for now he is, as he needs her for a big task, spreading the good word to the people that he's their new messiah, reasoning that a person can only suffer this much if it's meant to be interpreted as a divine test for them to be worthy as a messiah.
You knew all along I was special. And that is why I have chosen you, to spread the word.
Butcher is helping Ryan to recover, but right now he's feeling used and bruised, and not too thrilled to be expected to jump back in at the risk of his life. So he buggers off back into hiding. Starlight finds her long lost dad and the new family he started. I'm not going to bore you too much with what goes on here, so we'll skip to the good parts, where it turns out that Daddy left because he couldn't get behind the idea that she was chosen by God to be a supe, something that her mummy insisted to be true. A very flimsy excuse for leaving, but it's whatever. And then, when a local trooper finds out that they've been sheltering a wanted woman, her dad finally steps up to defend her.
Annie's my daughter, and I love her. I should have stood up for her a long time ago.
It's a nice family moment, but let's get back to the main story. The race is on between the boys and the Superboys to get to a facility called Vought Harmony, which reportedly has the last sample of V1. The boys get there first, and within an hour of being inside, Frenchie notices there's something very wrong here, as the boys all start throwing insults at each other, and near on begin scrapping.
He dragged you down in the shit with him, and the worst part, you let him do it, you pussy.
Everyone, s'il vous plaît. Want me to put you in the dirt? Yeah, do it.
When they find a bunch of hunters who clearly murdered each other, Frenchie realises there was a chemical spill where the fungal spores got mutated by V1, and anyone who inhales these spores goes bananas. I love that Huey immediately calls it out as being kind of like The Last of Us. Yeah, remember that show? I legit forgot I even covered it. Now, one thing that annoys me about the following sequence is that Homelander has entered the building at the same time when the boys are loudly arguing, breaking shit, and throwing each other around the room. And somehow Homelander doesn't hear it. And yeah, I know he's kind of distracted with his heated discussion with Soldier Boy, but this is an otherwise empty building with echoey hallways, and even a regular person would hear this ruckus. As Soldier Boy is familiar with this building, he tricks Homelander into walking into this cell that has uranium rods radiating the room and weakening any supe locked inside. Homelander will eventually escape, but seeing him temporarily crippled in pain gives Soldier Boy a lot of pleasure.
Why? You don't get it, do you? How much I can't stand you.
Butcher finds him locked in here and gets busy mocking him for being so weak. But Homelander counters with the fact that Butcher doesn't have anything that can kill him, otherwise he'd be doing it right now. So realistically, when he gets out, what chance do the boys have in winning? Unless of course they find the V1. When Soldier Boy bumps into Frenchie, he chases him into a room when he's stunned to find his old friend, who somehow has turned into the host for all this V'd up fungus. Frenchie then realises that Soldier Boy resents him, as he was always celebrated for being an actual soldier rather than just being a poster boy. And Poster Boy gets so angry that he blasts his friend to death with radiation, which also kills all the fungus linked to him.
Huey? I'm sorry.
Me too.
The episode ends with O-Father making the televised announcement of their new lord and saviour.
He's not just a Superman. He is the prophet of the Lord!
Only one of us left standing.
Homelander's Democratic Church of America is proving to be a big hit with the old Whiteheads, and the Seven are in high spirits about the whole campaign. They've even written a new chapter for the Bible and rebranded it as Homelander's Bible, and I would have loved to read what's inside, but we never get to see what it says, and it doesn't really come up again in any meaningful way.
Heavy.
Thank you, Soldier Boy. That's exactly how I feel right now. What the f are we doing here? But anyway, let's talk about the gimmick of this episode. It's in the style of an anthology, showing the multiple perspectives of the current stories, from Firecracker, Black Noir, and Soldier Boy. Oh, and also Terror. Due to this episode not focusing much on driving the plot forward, and more on fleshing out the characters, some people consider it to be filler, and I do agree with that, but it is still a decent episode. It just feels like it's not the best thing to do right now, as we're supposed to be building to a big climax. Season 5 to me feels like it should be more of a spectacle, but at times it feels like it's just dicking around. I'll show my live, unscripted feelings on this when we get to the end of the episode. Anyway, let's carry on. Firecracker's having a secret meeting with her old reverend, who disapproves of Homelander's new church, and him proclaiming himself as the new lord. The rest of her story shows her struggle between her belief in Jesus and her commitment to Homelander's cause, knowing that if she doesn't show her full faith to him, he'll most likely kill her. And she really struggles not to break down when she's forced to run with the story that her old reverend is probably a diddler.
They deserve the Democratic Church of America.
Now, I had something to say about the choice here. When cutting to this tear running down her cheek, it kind of bothers me on a filmmaking aspect. But feel free to skip forward to this timestamp if this sort of thing doesn't interest you. Okay, so I'm not a writer. Well, I do write in my spare time. But I'm not like an accredited screenwriter. I'm not a professional actor or director, any of that mumbo jumbo. But the idea of the pain behind the eyes convention, I guess you call it, the pain behind the eyes convention, it's delivered so much better here where you don't see any tears. You can already tell the pain she's feeling. Look,
Are we gonna,
from about this,
if that ain't code for child
when it cuts to this next angle, right, the face forward,
how much longer?
Look at her eyes and facial expressions here. You can tell the pain, right? You can tell the principles that she's sacrificing and the pain she's feeling for being in fear of her life, basically, where if she doesn't serve Homelander, she's nothing and will likely be killed. I mean, I'm going to guess, my prediction is that she's going to die in this season anyway. My point being, like, look at her face here. You can tell the pain.
Institutional churches diddle our babies.
Even when she said that line there, you can tell that she didn't want to say it. You don't need to then cut to her crying. Totally unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. Less is more. You've given the audience what we need to understand what she's going through. Adding this, in my opinion, wrong decision. Next we have Black Noir. This is my favourite chapter in the whole anthology, because he vents his frustrations about working with the Deep, and having to go along with the whole BS campaign, where he feels that his talents are completely wasted. Whereas working here as an actor in the play gives him real fulfillment, where both he and this guy Adam, who we previously saw directing the A-Train movie, have a real bro connection, unlike the phony bro connection with Deep. Because Adam actually cares about what Justin wants.
We're gonna save the world with our talent.
Oh my God, you have no idea how much this means to me.
When he plucks up the courage to stand up to the Deep, Deep retaliates dramatically by sending Anil up through Adam's toilet and right into his butt. Oh boy, gonna need a lot of pixels here. When he again confronts Deep, Deep reminds him of their current power levels. Being closer to Homelander means that he can dob him in for doing outside work, in a sector that would be considered beta work.
Which is a definite conflict of interest, since Homelander outlawed the National Endowment for the Arts.
Next up we have Terror, who's dreaming of Homelander taking position for him, so that dogs like Terror can do what it is they love to do.
You want some turkey? Well, first you gotta fluff me.
The rest of what goes on with him really isn't that important, although there is some dialogue where the boys mention their current plan, which is to find a soup called Bomb Site, as he likely has the last sample of V1.
Any leads on Bomb Site?
Not a damn thing.
Well, he's an unbreakable flies through the air. How hard can it be?
And now we have Sage, where her chapter is very dialogue heavy, which is mostly quite good, in that we see Sage and Ashley conspiring against Homelander, using Sage's smarts for manipulation and Brain Ashley's mind-reading powers, so they can work together in preventing Homelander from ever finding the V1.
What do you think happens to you if I die? I'm not about to risk my neck because I let an overgrown boil do my thinking for me.
And lastly, we have Soldier Boy, who threatens Stan by saying, I know where Samir and Zoe ran off to, so you better give up your intel about V1. Stan doesn't know where it is, but he does know someone who might. And for this, Soldier Boy needs to go to LA. Which is where we get the wonderful reunion of Sam and Cass from Supernatural.
Soldier Boy. Wow, big fan, sir. I actually popped my cherry in your underoos.
Nice.
There's a few other celebrities in the house, for no real reason other than to cameo and be featured in some great death scenes.
Soldier Boy!
We got Seth Rogen, who I'm not a big fan of, McLovin, who everyone's a fan of.
I am McLovin.
No, you're not. No one's McLovin.
And most excitingly for me, Will Forte. If you haven't seen The Last Man on Earth, I highly recommend it. Jared Padalecki, who's now playing Mr. Marathon, is a collector of Vought memorabilia, and there's a moment when looking through his collection that Soldier Boy stops to look longingly at this picture of Stormfront. This will come up again later. Marathon says hold tight, he gave Bombsight a call and he's on his way over now. But Homelander grows tired of waiting, and he's starting to sense that everyone here is plotting against him. Then when he tries to leave, Mal Chemical takes him down. Now, Soldier Boy may hate his own son, but he is his flesh and blood, so he took this attack personally.
Nobody my son but me.
What?
That came out wrong.
And he lays waste to the entire house, with so much blood and gore that, well, you know the drill by now, I can't show you it. Perhaps the most shocking death comes when Homelander says that he's okay with the whole boinking my dad stuff, but the pillow talk afterwards, where it turns out you still believe in the OG Jesus, that's not gonna fly. She tries to sweet talk him, and at first he seems to buy it, but then... Honestly, a reasonable time for her to exit the show, and I'm glad that she played a big part in it. Valerie Curry, you did an amazing job.
Too f***ing right.
We get the surprising return of the legend, who's taken on a new identity of Chet, and now works in a cinema, selling hilarious popcorn buckets of the Deep's gaping mouth.
And to get a complimentary deep popcorn bucket with every large combo meal.
He's a key contact because just like Soldier Boy, he's been around for a very long time, so he knows all the OG supes. And he also knows that the best way to draw out Bombsight is to get his girlfriend Golden Geisha. This is more of a long-winded plan than what Butcher has in mind, which is to use the new batch of virus against Homelander before he gets to the V1, using a timed air freshener to spray the virus while he's giving his next speech. Can you imagine how anticlimactic that shit would be? Of course this plan isn't gonna happen. They get kicked out of the old folks home for causing a scene, and then when Chet sees that Butcher's willing to get violent with the residents, unless he gets his own way, he says I'm out, and heads back to base. So without Chet, they sneak back in at night, where Geisha tries to block them from taking her, but MM uses her IV to knock her out. As they head for the exit, some other elderly supes step in to make them fight for their right to leave. And oh, what a surprise. They include a joke about old people balls. Even though it's visually funny, it's just another example of the writer's juvenile humour. The punchline is always rude body part, or something being inserted in someone's butt.
Way you punish my sin pit, ain't no ball gag in the world strong enough.
It's funny at first, but my god it gets repetitive. Geisha insists that she has no clue how to get in touch with Bombsight, but luckily for the boys, Sage rocks up and says I do have a clue.
Unclench those assholes, fellas. I'm here to help.
This episode establishes an oil pipeline that the Deep is forced to endorse, despite it being against the wishes of the many fishes. And Black Noir bursts the pipeline to get revenge for what he did to Adam.
We know, Kevin. We know it was you.
And then what follows is the deep killing Black Noir in such an underwhelming, nonsensical, and downright insulting way. He just gets strangled with a cable and stabbed with his own knife. Where's the fighting back? New Noir could fly. Why did he make no attempt to push off and fly away? Very lame death scene, and a tragic waste of a really good character. With regular Ashley being freaked out about being involved in the Homelander takedown scheme, Sage knocks her out so that Brain Ashley can take over for a while. And after reading Soldier Boy's mind, they learn about his intentions to find bomb sites and how he's now decided that he's proud of Homelander and actually wants to help him find the V1, for a reason that we're going to find out about soon.
He's thinking about helping Homelander. Like, he's kind of proud of him, but he doesn't want him to know that he's proud of him?
I'm really impressed by Colby Minfie's physical acting here, pretending to be a person who's trying to walk backwards while their head's facing forward. And just in general, I've loved her character right from the very start, as she's had one of the more interesting journeys. I'm giving her my praises now, in case I don't get time to at the end. Bombsight eventually rocks up, and we find out that he still has the V1 because he wanted his girlfriend Golden Geisha to also live forever. But she keeps on rejecting it, rightly saying that living forever is a curse. So Bombsight's reaction is, if she won't take it, no one will. And then in rocks Soldier Boy, and they initiate another fight sequence that results in them pausing to negotiate, with Soldier Boy offering to take away his immortality in exchange for the V1. Before we wrap up, there's another fight scene where Huey and Starlight get caught installing the airwick, and O-Father blasts her across the room. But then Huey says, "Oi, knock it off, otherwise I'm gonna unleash the virus."
You didn't go to all this trouble just to waste that on me?
Nope. But I will. Unless you let her go.
To end the day, we get the very alarming scene where Homelander comes along and Soldier Boy says that Homelander is everything that Stormfront dreamed of when imagining the perfect soup. So what better way to honour her memory than to give Homelander the V1?
When you hate me, I love her more. And this is what she would want.
And seeing him inject the V1 and blasting his lasers at max strength is just such a great moment. The look of terror on their faces, knowing just how effed they are now, it's giving me goosebumps.
Run.
Is the boy starting to cook again? You know that Jonah Hill meme where he's like this? That's how I felt at the end of this penultimate episode. So in answer to my previous question, is the boy starting to cook again? The answer is no. In fact, this episode decides that one of the top chefs is going to be taken out the kitchen.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Right here, chef.
Seeing Soldier Boy being put back on ice was a huge indicator of what's to come. And yet, like an idiot, I still retained hope. To start out on a positive note, this opening song was amazing, and really goes to show you what the showrunners are capable of when they actually use talented people.
No angel singing on high, no invisible man in the sky, 'cause he's right in front of your eyes.
It's such a catchy song, and pretty damn funny too.
Helping the poor, mercy for strangers, all and pervs who put us in danger.
Kudos to the composers, and of course David Diggs. He really gave it his all here. Homelander's chilling in the Oval Office, waiting for the president to arrive, so that he can start making his demands for new laws and such. But when he faces a tiny bit of pushback, and Ashley reveals that the president is not a true believer, Homelander kills him. Now, killing the president should really be a big deal, but we see zero response to this. It's very much just brushed under the carpet. I am bearing in mind that this is Homelander we're dealing with, so really what can anyone do to stop him? I would have liked just one scene, where the military heads are in talks with Homeland Security, in a dramatic exchange in the war room, where they're like, what the hell are we gonna do now? We have to assist the boys in taking him down. Something like that, you know? Then finally, in this penultimate episode, we're meeting the one supe who, logically speaking, is the only one who can take down Homelander, Marie Monroe, who has demonstrated her ability to remove V from bloodstreams. But for some unfathomable reason, they've only brought her in for Starlight to say,
"What good's all that power, Marie, if you can't control it? What good's all that power, Marie, if you can't control it? What good's all that power, Marie, if you can't control it?
What good's all that power, Marie, if you can't control it?"
Did no one writing this watch Gen V? She can control her powers. It was the biggest event of that spin-off. You showed us that happening, only for you to now decide that she's worthless to their mission. Why even bother bringing her in if she's going to serve no purpose? Or to the bigger point, why even bother making Gen V? It's such a middle finger to the fans like me, who keep giving these showrunners the benefit of the doubt, only for our time to be disregarded, all because they're too lazy to make their own storylines connect.
What's our next move?
Pack it up, you guys are done.
Well, I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
Going to the plan they have instead, they've built a replica of the room that gave Soldier Boy his powers, hoping to give Kimiko these same powers, knowing they can repeatedly test on her with her current ability to heal.
It's Michael. We have to do something.
Their other plan is to capture O-Father and make him squeal on Homelander's location. But as they go in, Huey and Butcher get found by a psychic supe named Synapse. O-Father's screening a new Homelander movie and using the psychics to evaluate the audience's true feelings. If they don't believe that Homelander is the new Messiah, they get tagged to watch the movie again until they do believe. But then Homelander gives the instruction that all non-believers are now to be locked in and taken out, with the assistance of Dognot and She-Line. But then, much to my despair, they get taken out by MM and Starlight. Rip King, Rip Queen. You two were too weird for this world, but you were pretty amusing. At the risk of embarrassing myself, I'm going to cover this scene here, where Mother's Milk reveals that his name came from the time that he was picked on for saving a baby pigeon, nursing it back to health. And in my excitement, hearing the word nursing, I was jumping to the conclusion that we were finally going to get the reveal of Mother's Milk being a supe. He has a supe name, and he's a supe in the comics, where his powers come from drinking breast milk. We've come this far in the show without seeing any hint of them including this. And considering this show's obsession with breast milk, I thought they were definitely going to tie this in. Where given this show's warped sense of humour, they would make it where instead of getting power from breast milk, MM would give life energy to others by nursing them with his own nipple milk. But no, when they included the word nurse, they meant the healing kind of nursing, not the breastfeeding kind. They just wanted to include some backstory on his name that veers away from its weird origins.
So now it don't take a genius to go from Marvin milk to mother's milk. Your mother's milk. You letting that sky rat suck on your titties?
I see you got the extra whipped cream in there, huh? Yummers.
While this was going on, Butcher and Huey were being tormented by Synapse, who temporarily tampers with their minds to make them believe that they're talking with Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
I served with Billy. Actually, you know what? More than that, Billy and I, we were besties.
It was nice to see him again while it lasted, until Butcher takes him out. Homelander makes the announcement that he's disbanding the Seven, considering there's only 3 of them left. And Deep is heartbroken, knowing that without this, he has nothing. And he goes off to sulk at a seaside dock, talking to his old shark friend Xander, voiced by Samuel Jackson.
We wouldn't want a little guppy to get caught in that can, my man. Come on in.
Who quickly turns on him, saying he'd better not ever come back to the ocean. They know it's his fault that the pipeline burst. Even though it wasn't him who punched a hole, he still endorsed the crappy build and ignored the needs of his fish pals.
Water is off limits to you. You are dead to us!
We see the first consequence of this banishment, when he's called upon to save a drowning man, and he cowers away, knowing what will happen if he does. You do have to question why none of the humans are jumping in to save him. Surely one of you guys can swim.
Can someone just toss him a life preserver?
Soldier Boy says that he only helped Homelander because of his love for Stormfront. He doesn't intend on sticking around and revering him like he's some kind of god.
If that makes you a god, then I'm a god every night.
I am God!
So Homelander chokes him out and puts him back in the cryo chamber. Again, no fight from Soldier Boy. He's choked out in a matter of seconds.
This is a really good idea.
Homelander then finds the boys' base, where fortunately Frenchie managed to hide Kimiko and Sage before he arrived. Then Frenchie lures him into the testing chamber to prove that they do have the power to take him down. And he takes a second to pity him at how sad Homelander's life must be.
Look at you. I bet you never danced a day in your life.
When he buggers off, he leaves Frenchie dying in Kimiko's arms.
Thank you for saving us. Thank you for saving me.
It was the right time for him to go. He served his purpose in the story. He was never my favourite character, but I do appreciate what he brought to the table. And so now, with that sadness done and dusted, we move on to the very last episode of The Boys. Oh man, here we go. By the way, for these title cards, I wanted to actually give you what the promotional material promised to give you. Because, spoiler alert, we never see this scene. Homelander never looks down on us from space, watching the world burn. The so-called scorched earth crash out that they've been alluding to since season 3. So yeah, I did my best to animate some kind of scorched earth devastating explosion for the title cards. Because to hell with you, marketing team, for lying to us. For this finale, I got some reactions sent in from 2 friends / content creators who have both made content about the boys. With Pajama Luke being a fairly new creator on the scene, but his presentation quality is already high tier.
This is going to be a really quick review. I'm not going to go into like crazy detail, and I'm probably not even going to give a score to this episode.
And that voice, man. He could sell me a Ford F-150.
I've been keeping up with the boys for a good while now, ever since I think season 3 came out.
And then we have Maddox, who's absolutely killing it on TikTok. And we got talking when I found his TikToks, doing amazing impressions of Dexter Morgan.
Yo, dude, we could use this for a costume. I don't think we'll need any. Oh, you already have some?
Yeah, a lot.
And then I found out he's actually a fan of mine. So yeah, he's doing great things there, and he has a respectable following. I also got my brother Grant with me, as this show has really meant a lot to us over the years, through the good times and the bad. I'm really glad they agreed to be a part of this, and I'm glad that you're a part of it too. If you've enjoyed this journey, I would super appreciate a like. And with that said, let's get on with this final chapter. At Frenchie's funeral, they notice that Kimiko's grief is causing the ground to shake, and this gives Sage the idea to test if Kimiko now has Soldier Boy's powers, by pressing her buttons over her loss, to the point where she goes... Yep, she's a Soldier Boy now, and the proof is right here with Sage, who's now just a regular-brained person.
My brain was so loud, and now it's...
They still have the blueprints and access codes to get around the White House, as a while back they did some protection work for Robert Singer. Yeah, he's still on the scene. So while Homelander's giving his big speech, they plan on using the secret White House tunnels to get the jump on him. Sage might be stupid now, but even still, she's smart enough to know that it's time to opt out, making the most of her new life by going to Harry Potter World.
Wands up, bitches. Sage out.
If that's the last time we see her, I'm actually kind of like okay with that. She served her purpose. Yeah, fair play to her.
I hope she enjoys Harry Potter Land.
Yeah. I regretfully have to mention this scene here, where Ashley gifts Sophar a new ball toy, if you catch my drift. And she promises that this toy will be strong enough to withstand his booming voice when he reaches the ultimate pleasure point. I mentioned this special toy because it's going to come up again soon. And here was me hoping we would have a fully serious episode with no cringy jokes about bedroom antics.
I lucked out when I arranged marrying you.
What? I hate this couple, bro. Like, what is this? I hate Ashley, bro. She's so weird.
Ashley slander aside, I will agree that I'm not going to miss this couple being on screen.
Way you punish my sin pit.
Homelander begins his address to the nation, sticking to the script at first, but as soon as the word father appears, his daddy issues derail him and goes into full wrathful god mode, stating either you fall to your knees and praise me, or die.
My reign will last forever, and when this world is cold and dead,
I don't think this is helping your case, bro.
and when this world
Meanwhile, the boys are making their way through the secret tunnel when they get ambushed by security, with Ashley coming to the rescue before fleeing the scene to avoid the big fight. The first mini-boss is O-Father, who is about to blast them dead, but MM found his titanium ball toy. Oh shit. And so let's begin the big fight.
Evening, cherished friend.
Daddy's home.
Butcher reveals their secret weapon, Kimiko, and before we get to see her new power in action, we get an exchange of fists, lasers, and tentacles. And while this is a far stretch from the promised scorched earth, it is an enjoyable scene, I can't lie. Seeing Ryan join the fight, knowing that this is for the greater good, is exactly what I was hoping would happen. Kimiko's having a bit of performance anxiety, so Frenchie comes in like a little blue pill and gives her the rigid confidence she needs to unleash her white fireworks. As expected, this removed everyone's powers. So Butcher gets to work, finally enacting his revenge on Homelander, not only for Frenchie,
This is for Frenchie.
but more importantly for Becca.
And this is for my Becca.
Oh my god.
He popped his head right off.
As a point of interest, I found this video where Kripke's saying how he wanted to demonstrate that when you take the power away from a powerful man, they are nothing more than snivelling and pathetic. And that's exactly how Homelander was in his final moments. But I think this is the wrong way to handle Homelander's character. You gave him a really tragic backstory. You showed us his suffering and loneliness, and all the torment and torture he endured while being tested on like a lab rat.
You know, I had nightmares about that exact moment, and you can't even remember it. A couple of minutes to myself to do what boys do. and that would be the only time of day that I would feel anything good.
So at first you gave us a villain, then humanised him with rationale, and now in his final chapter, you decide no, he's just a pathetic loser. We should laugh at him while he begs for mercy, making us no better than those scientists who took pleasure in his pain. We learned absolutely nothing, and will likely repeat our mistakes in the future, generating more psychopaths. It's clear that Eric Kripke made the change because of Trump coming into power, and he wanted that to be reflected in this story. Which, yeah, okay, go ahead. But don't forget the story that you already laid down. Or does your hatred supersede your integrity for storytelling? Look, if it wasn't obvious, I'm British.
What?
So none of this political allegory affects me. I'm not a fan of Trump, I don't care about Trump. But I am a fan of Homelander, and I actually care enough about your creation to remember what you created, where you decided it doesn't matter anymore. It did matter to me.
You should have been raised in a home with a family who loved you, not in a cold lab with doctors.
You want me to eat shit? I'll eat your shit. I'll eat your shit.
Another important death in this finale is when Starlight finally gets her revenge on the Deep, pushing him into the ocean where he gets what he deserves. Kind of poetic that he had something forced into him. When the dust settles, Ryan tells Butcher that there's no way that they're going to live together like a happy family. He will always remember the things that Butcher did, and despite killing Homelander, he is still an awful person. And then, after Butcher loses his dog Terra, due to old age or something, he decides that his mission isn't done yet, and heads back to Vought Tower with the virus, installing it in the sprinkler system to infect every soup that enters. But then Huey comes along and does all he can to stop that from happening, willing to hold up a gun and shoot this man dead if he must.
You ain't got them.
Butcher remains determined, but in a moment of clarity, he sees brother Lenny in Huey. This vision coming too late, as Huey's already pulled the trigger.
It's all right, Huey. I gave you no choice.
Butcher's death is shocking. Not visually shocking or surprising shocking, but more spiritually shocking. I don't think anyone wanted to see him go, as much as he needed to.
Oh, by the way, you're all fucking welcome.
After laying Butcher to rest with the most perfect headstone, the boys are disbanded and go on to live the rest of their lives. The show ending with the surprise reveal that Starlight is pregnant, while still being a vigilante. Seems kind of reckless to me, but okay. They also now own a tech store, and not to ruin this nice ending here, but I couldn't help wondering if we could set up a The Boys 2 by having the story come full circle. A-Train comes along, straight through her.
I can't stop. 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 I can't stop.
Seems to me that this is one of those shows that will always be divisive with opinions. And trust me, there was a ton more that I could have said about this finale. For as much as I had fun with it, I did have a ton of complaints. I kinda scratched the surface by mentioning the deceptive marketing and the inconsistent story, but really, is there any need for me to go all out here? I don't believe I do. These videos were always meant to be light-hearted recaps, but the further I got into The Boys, the more passionate I became. And I want you to see that at the end of the day, my frustration and my anger is out of love for the show. I have 100% appreciation for every person behind making The Boys, especially the phenomenal cast. And taking a look at these behind the scenes photos fills me with a great feeling of warmth that reminds me that even when a show doesn't turn out the best, the friendships and memories it created is a joint experience between the audience and the talent, who truly deserve our applause for working their asses off for many years. So as I close this video with a final message, know that these words are to be thought of when wondering why you received such a mixed reaction to your show. Dear showrunners, at times you showed us how creative and clever you are, but along the way, you started focusing more on jokes about people's buttholes than you did about people's journeys. And for the next time you make something, looking at you, Vought Rising, I want you to take a pause before getting butthurt at people who aren't enjoying your creation in the way you wish. Most people are happy to go along for the ride, to take a break from reality and be immersed in your world when you allow that separation. There are genuine qualities that people appreciate, but at the same time, you should listen to the fans who care enough to offer you their genuine critique. If no one cared, no one would join you on your journey. So appreciate your fans and respect them enough to give them scorched earth when you promised scorched earth. Man, what do you think? Are you happy?
Yeah, I mean, the Soldier Boy stuff, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, like, I feel a bit of a melon right now for wearing a Soldier Boy t-shirt, buying a Soldier Boy t-shirt and then wearing it for the occasion.
I made the right choice.
He's not even freaking in it. Yeah, I'm a bit pissed about that. T-shirt aside, he should have been in the finale. That is such a cop out just to throw him in the freezer again.
Yeah. I really did enjoy the final fight scene against Homelander.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
I'm really glad they put Ryan back in it.
Yeah. Yeah, this could well be the last time we speak about The Boys. We'll have chats, of course, but it feels like a monumental moment, really, because it's like...
I mean, I will watch Vought Rising, but I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, I feel like I'm contractually obliged to at this point, just to make the recaps. But yeah, I feel weird about this, because it's like, yeah, to not have any more The Boys to look forward to anymore. It's kind of like, oh my god, what now? You know, there hasn't... For all of its flaws, there hasn't been a series this interesting to talk about in years, it feels like. You know, since our love of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, we've not really like bonded over a show this much, have we? It's like we got our films like the 28 franchise.
Love the 28 franchise.
You know,
well, maybe not weeks, but I love the franchise.
Yeah. So it kind of feels, it feels like a funeral of a show for me in a way. It's like, oh, what now, man?
Something will come up.
Yeah. But yeah, well, appreciate you being here for the reaction, man. It's
Yeah, of course.
No, but seriously, really appreciate anyone watching right now, and yeah, I'm gonna start working on a recap as soon as I've had a sleep and a cry over the boys ending. So yeah, ta-da. Thanks for being here.